All right. We are live. Whoa, the building is getting full. Hope. Good to see everybody. Yeah, you saw the title of tonight's live. This is getting serious, folks. This is getting serious. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Got Molly 13 in the building. My brother Boss Blake is in the building. Humongous is in the building. Miss Aquahoma is in the building. Much love to you. I miss you. 80s baby is in the building. Flower Bloom in the building. Miss Justice, much love to you, is in the building. Man, okay. I must be doing something right. Rake's Funny Farm, good to see you from West Virginia, is in the building. Tamika Ward is in the building. Crucial KKAA is in the building. Brother Crucial, good to see you. Sakina from Rhode Island is in the building. Okay, good to see you. Good to see you. T Breezy is in the building. Uh-oh. Nika Mill in the building. Yes, salute to all of you. Miss Charity is in the building. She ain't gonna miss tonight's live. Good to see everybody. We got some breaking news happening right now. This is getting serious. You know, in my last live just a couple of days ago, I talked to you about our country is in serious trouble. You know, our country is changing, and it's changing by the day. In fact, by the minute, every time you turn around, there's an update, and there's a new update, and there's a new update. But it doesn't seem like anything good is happening at all. And you have to ask yourself why. You have to ask yourself why. Brother RJ is in the building. So tonight I wanted to come back and give you this update because the numbers are climbing here in New York like you would not believe. And, you know, the news is not reporting too much of it. But I'm going to stay on top of this story because there's a lot that they're not covering. And it's slow to come on social media. Everybody knows I'm from New York, born, raised, and educated out of Brooklyn, New York. And so, you know, it's my home. And to see what's happening to my hometown in the city is absolutely incredible. And you would figure in the state of emergency, any place in our country, you would figure that the authorities would know exactly what to do. Just like you believe the authorities would know exactly what to do in your hometown, where you live, in your state. If there was a flood, if there was a tornado, if there was a natural disaster, you would figure these people would kick right in and jump right on this major issue. You know, they would contact, obviously, the federal people that would contact FEMA, that would, start making phone calls and start, you know, getting things under control. But this situation is far from out of control. And New York City, as well as other places that I've shown you, has been inundated. Inundated. These people are making their way into and through the United States of America, our home. And they're not just coming from Mexico. They're not just coming from South America. They're coming from China too. They're coming from abroad, from Africa. What a time. Just before Washington, D.C. passes the spending bill, if they do, which I don't think they are going to. Their deadline is September 30th. I don't think they're going to be able to do it by October 1st. They are way behind in their appropriations bills. They're way behind. Like any of us are, not current. Come on. Now we're behind in our bills too, type stuff. Now we see it in government, and they shouldn't be because they have the proper mechanisms to be on time with all the bills. They're the ones writing the checks. They're the ones getting money from the Federal Reserve. That's been their piggy bank. That's been their financing mechanism, if you will. And meanwhile, you and I couldn't get a freaking car loan, or we got to jump through hoops just to get a student loan. That's if we go in that direction. But that's crazy. We need a wall built, yes. Abbott declared a state of emergency tonight, yes. That's Governor Abbott. And it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Let's take a look at where we got to jump into tonight, because I want to get right into it. So we got some breaking news happening here. Breaking news, folks. This is getting serious. Big time serious. Let's begin.
Meantime, Eagle Pass's mayor says this recent surge of migrants is the largest he has ever seen. He says yesterday was hectic, and today looks like it'll be more of the same.
Our Daniela Ibarra is at the border in Eagle Pass right now. Daniela, you're there live. What are you seeing?
Well, Steve, we're not seeing much activity in the river, but on this side of the border, we're seeing a couple of different agencies patrolling the river. You can see what looks like the National Guard right here behind me. But earlier today, this was the spot where dozens and dozens of migrants were waiting to be processed into the U.S. We saw a lot of families, we saw a lot of men here by themselves, and we saw kids. And, people were lucky enough to have backpacks, but we saw other people who didn't even have both shoes. Now, a lot of these people told me that they were coming here from Venezuela. We spoke with one of them about why he made the journey here. Several dozen migrants divided after crossing the Rio Grande River. Many are Venezuelans who came alone, like Jimmy. He says he made the month-long journey to the U.S. to work. Jimmy hopes to make pizzas in Denver. Jimmy says he's seen people drown and die along the way. Several, he says, are fleeing Venezuela's economic crisis. Jimmy says he made the decision to come now instead of waiting for a humanitarian visa. Several people in Eagle Pass and across the country see this influx of migrants as a problem. Jimmy says they should be thanking God for not living in a country with a crisis, adding Venezuelans would open their arms to immigrants. And many of these migrants tell me their stop in Eagle Pass is just a pit stop. They're heading to other parts around the U.S. But the mayor tells me that in the short time they are here, it is causing a lot of problems here in the city of Eagle Pass. So you'll hear more from him coming up at 6. But for now, we're live from the border. Daniela Ibarra, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Daniela. Stay with us for a little bit. I'm sorry you're getting caught up in the dust there, as it looks like some of the National Guard are pulling out from there. We are learning a lot of stories, and we're also hearing from people who live in Eagle Pass that this journey has been difficult for a lot of these migrants and even deadly as they try to cross the Rio Grande.
Yeah, Steve, well, at least with the migrants I spoke here in this section of the river, they told me it was pretty easy to pass. The man that I spoke to, Jimmy, he says it really was just a breeze getting to this side.
And they're suffering from just exposure to the elements, because I'm told that these migrants often have been traveling for 2 or 3 months on foot and any way they can.
Yeah, well, that man, Jimmy, told me, he's been traveling here for about a month and a half. And he says on the way here, he's seen people die. He says he's helped some people crossing in other bodies of water. And here, when we were here earlier, a lot of them just looked really hot. I mean, it's hot out here, and a lot of them didn't have water. And some people were asking us for cell phone chargers. That way they could try to call their loved ones back home.
I want to ask you another couple questions here, Daniela. We see the razor wire that's behind you. I think the border buoys are not far from where you're standing right now still, even though they're caught in a court battle. Are you seeing difficulty with the migrants? Are you seeing those be deterrents to migrants crossing the river?
Steve, at least in this section, we're not seeing that. We saw people when we were setting up for our live shot right now, we saw people just cross the border. It took them maybe 2-3 minutes. And, they were just grabbing hands, walking to this side of the border.
Once they're here, what happens, Daniela? What kind of an impact is it having on the infrastructure of the city?
Well, the mayor told us that this is having a pretty big impact. He says he hasn't really seen anything like this. He says that the migrants are inundating the healthcare facilities. He talked about how the 2 migrants, I don't know if you mentioned this already, but 2 migrants have died crossing the river here in Eagle Pass. Yesterday it was a 4-year-old, according to the mayor, and then today it was an adult man. And he told me that some of these migrants who were struggling in the river, struggling to stay afloat, they've had to take them to the hospital. He also said that this is having an impact on the economy, with one of the bridges here between Mexico and the U.S. had to be shut down yesterday. And he says that it's a safety concern, really.
Absolutely. Daniela Ibarra, live from Eagle Pass. Thank you, Daniela.
Llegué a Panamá, de Panamá a Nicaragua.
Acá no tengo familia, me va a recibir un amigo.
I pray every day somebody do something urgent for these people.
From Eagle Pass to right here in San Antonio.
Tonight, we're
I just wanted to stop it just for a second. Look at this. These people are riding rail trains coming in through the border, to the border. This is blowing my mind just showing this to you. Blowing my mind just showing this to you. Miss Angel, welcome. PM channel, welcome. Rail trains. This is how they're getting from South America through the Panama Canal, in and up through into Mexico. The man spent a month trying to get to the border. Think of it, a month of travel. Let's continue.
continuing to follow the influx of migrants arriving at the Texas border.
We have team coverage on the latest wave of migrants crossing into the U.S. Our Jonathan Cotto standing by at the Migrant Resource Center here in San Antonio, where people have been arriving throughout last night and again today.
Yeah, but first let's go to our Daniela Ibarra in Eagle Pass, where the mayor there says this influx is overwhelming that city. Daniela, the resources to help these people running scarce in Eagle Pass right now, correct?
Yeah, Steve, the mayor tells me that the surge that they've been seeing over the past 24 hours or so has really strained their hospital system. They say the economy, just off to my shoulder, you can't see it in the shot, but that is one of the international bridges here between U.S. and Mexico, and it's one of the only ones that's open here. There's another one in town that he says has been closed because Border Patrol has been here helping with the migrants, and he says because it's been shut down, they haven't really been able to get the toll money from that, which is a huge economic hit for them.
Daniela, we can't see anybody from this view, but you're right there along the river. So talk about what you have seen in terms of anyone crossing there today. Is anyone still underneath that bridge as they have been the past couple of days?
No, Myra, we've really kind of seen the migrants come over in waves. So earlier today, we were here and we saw a couple dozen migrants standing here waiting to be processed. But in the past hour or so I've been watching, I've only seen about a handful of so migrants come over. But I did speak with one earlier today who made that, that trek across the river. And he said it really wasn't that hard as hard as he had expected it to be.
You've got that razor wire behind it. At 5 o'clock, we talked a little bit about that. It seems as if migrants have figured out how to get over or through that razor wire. Is that what you were witnessing today?
Well, see, we don't actually get to see them come off the river onto the land over here. We're kind of blocked from that area. But from what I've seen right here, this stretch right here, it seems like they're getting through pretty easy. It makes it maybe takes them 3 to 5 minutes to get across.
Yeah, I want to go further. I mean, you've been hearing tales of this, not where you're at, but other parts of the Rio Grande being deadly for some of these migrants to cross, correct?
Yeah, we heard from the mayor today that an adult man actually died. He drowned while crossing the river. We're not sure if it was this spot, but he said that, drowning is something that he sees a lot in this area. And then yesterday he says that a 4-year-old girl drowned. So it just talks about, the trek it takes to come over here to this side of the border.
Daniela Ibarra live in Eagle Pass. Thank you so much, Daniela. Appreciate
So yeah, this is getting serious. The numbers are troubling indeed. People are actually dying getting to the border, because when they know they're getting closer and closer and closer to the border, and they see the barbed wire and they see the water that separates the border, Mexico from Texas, especially here in Eagle Pass, their hearts are racing. They're hoping and praying that they can get through, because word of mouth has gotten back down into Mexico, down into South America. Obviously, word of mouth, hey, they're letting us through. They're letting us in. And they're coming in by the train loads now. And they're coming in huge waves, huge waves. This was just one of the many articles and reports that I've been looking at and watching carefully, and it's just amazing, beyond belief. Tweety Lynn is in the building. Miss D Love is in the building. YJ, the author, is in the building. Much love to you. I was with YJ and Boss Blake last night on YJ's channel, on the Bank Music Group channel. And we had a good conversation about one of the cases out of New York. A toddler got in a daycare and died. There were several other children affected. 3 other children had to be hospitalized. And the people running the daycare center in New York City, in New York. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. They found drugs embedded in the floor of the daycare. Cameras caught a dude showing up before the police did and carried out 2 bags of whatever the hell it was that was in the bags, but he came and left. And whether that was transported by car or he had made arrangements to get it out, they got it out. But yet they found even more. I mean, this is getting crazy. And the majority of people crossing the border, once again, are at least 75 to 80% males. 75 to 80% male. Well, where are the women? Where are the children? All of these shelters that they have here in New York, well over 208 and growing. Temporary shelters for these people coming in and crossing the border and everything. It's just getting out of hand. But where are the children? They got playpens, they got areas for children, but there are no children, folks. Predominantly, males are traveling. And this is like an army, like a camouflaged army, if you will. And that's just my opinion. Ages anywhere between 16 all the way up to 50 are coming in through the border. Now, if the country down in Mexico and South America is having issues, which they are, which are promulgating these people up to come to the United States, what's behind it? Well, you've got people called the cartel that's behind it. And for some strange reason, they're coming now. They're coming now, just in time for the new spending bill, 2024 spending bill, to be signed into law for next year's fiscal spending. What a time, but you have to begin to connect the dots. You have to begin to connect the dots. Thanks, boss, for putting up the link to Banks Music Group. We had a great conversation last night. And it's just, wow. From one story to the other, it's just getting to be very heavy right now. I was telling boss, it's getting heavy. It's getting thick quick. It's getting thick quick. Let me do this. Let's take a look at this area real quick that they've been talking about. Just bring it up here for you. Let's go. That's right. Nobody is being vetted, interviewed, nothing. We talked about in our last live, they got an app out there, a CBP1 app. I looked it up. It is on Google Play, amongst the other border and custom patrol apps. And these people are making appointments, coming to the border, and this is why they're coming in droves, in waves, if you will. They set an appointment. They say, show up at the border and we'll take you in. So to me, this is orchestrated. I've never heard make an appointment. We'll let you in this time. Title 42 has expired. And that's the expulsion law title. It's expired. But here on the map is Eagle Pass. Here's a Rio Grande, in which this is the area here in Eagle Pass that they're crossing the border. Here's Mexico right here. To the left, Eagle Pass to the right. And look, from this point right into Texas, Eagle Pass from San Antonio that they've been migrating to into this area from the border is not very far. So they found a nook to get to this location here. And this is the bridge that they've been piling them up under on camera via the news. Yeah. Pile them up here. Once they cross that river, they're already in the United States. And this is where the Border Patrol is and the National Guard. They had to literally call in the National Guard. Governor Abbott from Texas, he had to call in the National Guard because the federal government is not doing anything. They could send the military, U.S. military, to begin blocking these areas of entry, ports of entry into this country. But you see, the president won't sign that order. And you kind of wonder why. Hey, our country is in trouble. The states in this country help him to get into office. Helped him to get into office. You would think he would have common sense, being the president of the United States, common sense to say, hey, my country's in trouble here. Let me handle it. It's 1+1 stuff. You can't make this stuff up. Handle it. But yet, what is he doing? He's doing just totally the opposite. You'll hardly ever get to hear him. The last time he was on national TV, he was at the UN here in New York. He was at the UN here in New York. That's right. And they told him, hey, New York is a sanctuary city. Come on up. Come on up. Just a little over a year and a half ago, the governor of New York, we'll welcome you with open arms. Now look. Now she just recently had a news interview saying, hey, go elsewhere now. Because it's well over 113,000 and growing that's already here. already here being bussed in. And the new update to that is that now they're being flown in. So this tells me someone's financing this. They're being flown in. Not only coming across the border, but now coming by plane. I'm going, you got to be kidding. You got to be kidding. Lena Castellanos, good to see you. Diana H., good to see you. STEM Combo, good to see you. Yeah, this is getting heavy. So it's not taking them very much and no resistance at all here at this point of the crossover from Mexico into the United States. It's a very thin point, as you can see. And the Rio Grande, if you can follow it, borders Texas and Mexico. See? It borders Texas and Mexico. Mexico here, Texas here. So they're finding entry points in any which way that the southern border officials aren't monitoring until they find another point to get to and through. Since they're letting them in, I just wanted to show you what the Rio Grande that separates Mexico from the United States look like, just to give you an idea. Look at that. And it's not taking them long to figure out how to get through since they're getting through. There are 7 entry points. In our last live, we covered 7 entry points here. And those 7 entry points, one of the 7 is this one, along with the other entry points that we pointed out, which was here. And these areas are starting to multiply. The numbers are starting to multiply. That's why they're coming by train. That's why they're coming in full groups now. And waves and waves and waves through an app that got posted. You know, one of the senators from the Judiciary Committee had asked the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, Mayorkas, whose responsibility is this immigration problem and also public health and safety for the United States. He couldn't answer the question, how many people have signed on to the app? Couldn't answer it. He gave him this long filibustered a dissertation. He tried to give him an explanation to a yes and no question. How many people have applied on the app for an appointment? Couldn't tell him. How many people were vetted? How many people were interviewed for asylum? Couldn't tell him. Over and over and over again. Couldn't tell him nothing. Absolutely nothing. Should we send them back? I'm a Native American. This land is my people's land. It's all of our lands, but there is a proper way. I'm glad you brought that up. There is a proper way. You do it legally. Slow things down at the borders, at the border points. If you're being inundated, guess what? You know, if you go to a concert, you got to process people through the points of entry to admit them. You got your ticket, you got your ticket, you got your ticket. Hold up. Let's hold the line. Let's get this group through first, and then segment the next group. You got your ticket, you got your ticket, you got your ticket, hold the line, and they do it that way. That's the process of allowing people to get into the concert. Well, why not do the same thing here? Why not do the same thing here? And it's not to turn them away, but if you become inundated, overwhelmed by it, common sense says, yo, slow down, stop, wait, let's get this group in first. and make sure we know who we're letting in. We don't even know who we're letting in. If they have any kind of communicable disease, or if they're carrying fentanyl, or if they carry anything. One thing they are checking for is, guns and stuff like that. But these people are coming over with backpacks, cell phones, and the clothes on their bodies. That's pretty much what they're coming over with. And yet to hear people that are dying to get just past and through that border point, in the water, in the river, I mean, a father and child, and Lord knows how many other people that didn't make it. Lord knows how many other people didn't make it. And these points of entry stem all the way through Mexico, out of Guatemala. Out of Guatemala. Let me show you. Let me show you real quick. So Eagle Pass to San Antonio is where they're going, or at least some of them in that direction, all stemming out of Mexico. And they're letting them through. They're not even being processed, letting them through. The southern point of that, we go into South America now. And as you hear, there's a large report of folks coming from Venezuela. And not only Venezuela, but as far back and down as Brazil, as we talked about in our last live. Here's Brazil. This is a huge state. And as you come from there, you begin to get into Guyana, along the coast, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, right next door, Colombia, Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru, all of these areas culminate South America, and they're coming through this point here, Panama. The ones that are coming out of Mexico, I didn't even get to the ones coming in by plane yet, but coming in through Panama. This region here. The guy spent a month just getting to the border. I said, how far deep did he come? And he told us. He told us. Through this region, all the way up to San Jose, all the way up, and this is a long trip. Managua, this is a huge trip. San Pedro, into Guatemala. Look at this. Chiapas, Puebla, right into Mexico, Mexico City. Then from this region here, whether they're on foot, whether they're on bus, but there are reports. I'm following a channel called Redacted, and they have a reporter down there in Mexico, and he's in a region where there are brand new buses, at least 60 of them per day, bringing them up, and then the buses go back to pick up more, bringing them up overnight, and then pick up more. They're shuttling them now because there's just so many of them on foot. Coming up through this region, and it is a long travel. Could you imagine the travel that they have to make? The crowded bus, all of the bags, all of the things that they're bringing with them. along with children. There are some with children, but I believe those are grouped separately from the ones that they're actually letting through, which the majority of them are men. And so this is a critical point here that we're hearing about, which is Eagle Pass. Before they get to San Antonio, or like we talked about before, New Mexico is sitting right here. They're starting to drop them off into the Tucson, Arizona area. Matter of fact, there was a report that at least 3,000 entered Tempe, Arizona, where Daniel Robinson used to live. It's right in here. Right here. Here's Tempe. They're going as far up as dropping them off into Tempe, 3,000 by bus. And yes, they are breaking the laws because, hey, Biden is letting them in. He's letting them in. And it's huge. It's huge. Raw, what is up? Cold Pepsi's in the house. It's huge. So now you got Arizona. You also have Nevada. And we talked about that before. From Arizona, getting up into parts of Nevada, all the way to California, San Diego. Here. Why? Because there are links here. There are links here. Tijuana is down there. Mexicali is down there. I mean, this is all almost Spanish-speaking region here. And I have nothing, like I said, I don't show this to have any kind of prejudice or attitudes toward the Spanish-speaking people of South American. Hell, I'm half Puerto Rican myself. And they're starting to migrate up in through to from San Diego up into through Los Angeles, past Bakersfield, into San Jose and San Francisco. You even got folks coming from way overseas in a distant land called China. You even got folks, Chinese nationalists, coming over the water and know they're getting here either by boat or by plane. Boat or by plane. They're even coming as far as Somalia. Still coming. All grouped together, a multi-layered, multi-dimensional culture is infiltrating our country. Now. You say, well, what the hell is this all about? We're starting to follow the paperwork, because the paperwork is telling us a lot. The paperwork is telling us a lot. In a huge way, the paperwork is telling us a lot. Let me share with you this report. And this is from Australia. Also breaking news. See if I can find it real quick. That's the one I just got finished showing you. All right. Now, these folks are watching all of this happen, all of this unfold. Okay? Tuesday, Biden was at the UN. He's pitching the United Nations to chip in and help. I got news on that too. Now he gets in front of the assembly and lets them know that the United States is going to make a $25 billion contribution. And he expects other states, national states, to join in. 25 billion. We already gave them 113 billion in aid. And not only in aid, but they call it humanitarian aid, but in military equipment, armaments, if you will. You know, you used to think that the Iran-Contra scandal during the Reagan administration was enough, trading arms for drugs, drugs for cash, going on between South America, the United States, and Iran. Iran-Contra, look it up. And that was a debacle. That was a huge scandal under the Reagan administration at the time. And they had to point the finger at somebody, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, who happens to be a Fox contributor on Fox News, or used to be. Anyway, nobody goes to jail. Nobody suffers the consequences, nothing. It just happens, and okay, the story gets brushed under the rug. John is willing to risk it all to bring politics to his channel. Yeah, I don't normally do this, but I'm looking at this as a crime scene. I'm looking at this as being a crime scene. I'm following the numbers, connecting the dots. But here's what the folks at Sky News had to say in reference to this whole thing. Take a listen.
Immigration reporter for the Daily Caller to talk about that crisis at the southern border. Jenny, unlawful crossings along that border have reached levels not seen for several months. What is happening down there?
That's right. In recent days, we've seen large surges of migrants come across illegally. Now, what's happened is that there's been many that have jumped on top of trains in Mexico, and Mexico has actually stopped service with some of these trains. Now, they're still pouring in by the thousands into small areas of the border towns like Eagle Pass, Texas, which just declared a state of emergency. Now, we're talking about a town of around 28,000 people. And that's really affected when you have 1,000, 2,000 stream in just a couple of days. In San Diego, for example, you're seeing a surge of people, and that's leading to the migrants being released onto the streets to fend for themselves because there's just not enough resources. Meanwhile, in the interior of the country, you still see that suffering going on within states like New York, which have seen over 100,000 migrants in, just about a year's time, and the city asking for resources. Now they're a sanctuary city, and of course there's repercussions to that. But this is having, effects all across our nation, and it doesn't appear to be stopping.
Jenny, two things strike me as I watch this footage and look at some of the things we've seen on our screens and which I've been following all week online. Number one, the way the migrants seem to walk past border agents with impunity, sometimes having fences held open for them by officials. And number two, the fact that even though they claim to be seeking asylum, they are young men, predominantly young men, not women and children you would normally think of being the people fleeing conflict zones. Tell me, what does this say about claims, A, that these people are mostly refugees, and B, claims by Biden administration officials that the border is actually secure?
Right. Well, what's happening is you are seeing a stream of largely adult males come through, mostly Venezuelans right now in places like Eagle Pass, which we just talked about. That area is seeing them come through by the thousands. They're getting released very quickly into the country. And this is despite what the Biden administration says, which is that they're securing the border, that they're stopping the flow, and that they're increasing penalties for people. But when migrants come across, they're released into the interior of the country allowed to fly on commercial airliners. I was just in the airport in Houston, Texas, a couple days ago, and I saw migrants flying with their ankle monitors on, flying without IDs. This is the reality these days. They're all across the country. And when that message gets back home to their friends, to their family, more are coming.
Well, and have a listen to what these migrants were told by a border agent. Have a listen to this.
Okay, it's no problem if I go to Chicago. Either you want.
This is an easier time he's having getting into the country than I do as an American citizen. What message is this sending? This must be very demoralizing to an awful lot of Americans.
Yeah, and it's very demoralizing to these Border Patrol agents. They're just following orders from the Biden administration, from their superiors in Washington, D.C. That's really, tearing them apart. This isn't the job that they originally set out to do, to just process and release people. They wanted to secure the border, and they wanted to, take people into custody who may have legitimate claims to be in the country, maybe have legitimate fears of returning home, threats back home, and put them in detention until their cases are heard. But that's not the system anymore. The system is over capacity, and it's beyond repair at this point. The Biden administration is saying Congress needs to do something. Congress needs to do something. But it seems like, in the previous administration, I will say that there were a lot of things that were done at the executive level that we saw the numbers go down. That just hasn't been done yet. There hasn't been any action.
And Jenny, what do we know about this city called Colony Ridge, which a property developer seems to have set up in Texas, selling parcels of property to these migrants without even any documentation? It seems like there's a whole shadow government now springing up around these people.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of pressure on the state of Texas right now to take some kind of action as they have at the border. And I'm hearing the possibility of such action. This is an area that reporters have gone down to and exposed as being a hub for illegal immigrants that have taken over this area, bought property, are working in the area. And this is, of concern to those locals in places like Houston, which is not far from it. This is an area that has seen a lot of crime, where law enforcement fears entering, ICE fears entering. That's why a lot of these illegal immigrants go there and live there, is because they know that there's not anything to fear, any arrest or deportation. And of course, that's brought in a lot of cartel activity as well.
Jenny Taylor, immigration reporter for the Daily Caller, thank you so much for explaining it all to us.
Cartel. They keep mentioning cartel. And Miss Oklahoma, thank you for sending me that. Miss Oklahoma just sent me something in reference to how they are letting these folks through at Eagle Pass. See if I can get that clipped in here. I know I brought it up. That is under this tab. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Tell you, teamwork makes the dream work. Police Tribune shows you exactly what they're doing. Cutting the barbed wire down. Holding the barbed wire, letting them through. Shrinking Sharon, how are you? Glad you can join us. Letting them in. Oh, finally we see some women and children. You see, and they're bringing them in at a different point. They're letting him through the barricades that they built.
Get them going up that hill. Into that hole.
This is crazy. Never before in the history of this country, of our country, would this have ever been allowed before. With Title 42 now expired, from being turned around, thrown back into the country, they're letting them in. Pat and frisk, checking out what they have. Thank you, Miss Oklahoma, for sending that. That just gives you an idea of, at certain points, this is what they're doing now. This is what they're doing. And so for Eagle Pass to declare a state of emergency, I can understand, we can now understand why. But there was an interesting thing. I was going back through some stuff, and I said, let me go back into time. What's bringing on this influx? What's bringing on this influx? Because they're out in the street in New York. They're trying to get them into hotels so they can take them from the hotel, which is a processing center at the Roosevelt Hotel, which is the main hub in New York City, and then ship them to the shelters that they're trying to provide. Now, winter time is right around the corner, folks. And these people are coming in through hot weather from Mexico into now North America, into the cooler weather. Now, with Title 42 expired and them coming in waves, they're trying to get here as fast as possible. And hence, time is of the essence on their part to get to that border. And once they get there, hopefully they'll be let through. And if these are all the people that had the appointment on the same day, through the app called the CBP One app at the Google Play Store. Damn, that's a lot of appointments. And then being shipped out by bus. Now, these are not regular school buses or city buses. These are coach lounge buses, relatively brand new, coming up out of this area. Because once they're processed from here, then they travel from here. Crime lines and lies. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So the numbers are absolutely extraordinary to have this kind of a migration come way out of South America through the Panama Canal, the Panama border, into Mexico, from Mexico to various different points. We showed you 7 through this area and find the closest point like McAllen. And of course, Eagle Pass, which is not far from there. The long migration from that point to El Paso, New Mexico, Nogales, into Arizona, because now they're starting to show up in Tempe, as we showed you. And a lot of people in the city here are not pleased at all. Not pleased at all. In fact, they took to the streets and began a big pushback. But there's not really much they can do but shout and yell and scream, get out of our country. You're here illegally. You're here illegally. Meanwhile, our president is the one that raised his right hand, said that he would protect the Constitution, serve and protect the Constitution of the United States, is not doing it. He's not doing it. And these are the folks, this side of the political spectrum, are the ones that are allowing these folks to get in here. And then I said, wait a minute, this is getting well out of hand. So I was able to do some digging. Let's see if I can bring this up. Do some digging. At the same time, folks, that this is happening, at the same time, this guy shows up. This guy called Zelensky from the Ukraine, president of the Ukraine. Here for what? Well, he's the one that the United States had already committed $113 billion in armaments and humanitarian aid for Ukraine. They're having a conflict with Russia. I believe, my opinion, that the United States is using Ukraine in a proxy war with Russia so that they can pull Russia into a full-blown, all-out war with us. With us. See if I can do this real quick. Those of you who are just joining us, welcome. Orchestrated.
High-stakes trip to Washington for Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. He's meeting with Defense Department officials at the Pentagon ahead of a White House visit later this afternoon. Earlier, Zelensky met with bipartisan House members and spoke to the Senate, hoping to sway lawmakers hesitant to provide further aid. This as President Biden is expected to announce a new security package worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Let's bring in White House correspondent Karen Travers along with ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill for more. Jay, what are you hearing from lawmakers? Did Zelensky manage to persuade any holdouts?
Well, he had two meetings this morning, Diane. The first was in the House. That's where he has some of his staunchest critics. And then the next was in the Senate, where there is broad bipartisan support for continued aid for Ukraine. Starting backwards, in the Senate, Zelensky walks into that meeting and he gets applause. And you see him there on your screen getting walked in by the top Democrat and top Republican in the Senate, Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell. Then, of course, you go over to the House, where Zelensky started his day, and he met with another broad bipartisan group of lawmakers, and it includes Speaker McCarthy, who is in the House considered to be potentially the biggest impediment for any future aid for Ukraine. That is because he's got a faction in his party that doesn't want any further aid for Ukraine, and there's a consideration as to whether or not he's going to bring a bill about a supplemental aid package for Ukraine to the House floor to be voted on. So McCarthy was really Zelensky's audience in that room, or at least one of them. And I asked the speaker after he emerged from that meeting how he felt that meeting went. And he said very well. He went on to say that he feels that Zelensky answered a number of his questions, but when I asked him if his mind was changed, he didn't answer that question. So the proof will be in the pudding in the coming days here, as there is this funding fight to fund the federal government, or at least pass a stopgap funding measure, whether or not Ukraine funding makes its way into that conversation, and if McCarthy gives a little bit on that front.
Karen, what do you know about what's in this new aid package?
Diane, it's expected to be worth several $100 million, and it's focused on two key things. One, helping Ukraine right now with their counteroffensive against Russia, and that includes artillery, ammunition, and anti-armor capabilities. The other key part of this is trying to help Ukraine strengthen their air defenses. This is in anticipation of what one U.S. official says could be another brutal winter of Russian attacks on critical infrastructure sites in Ukraine. The president is expected to announce this today. This is meant to show strong U.S. support for Ukraine at what the White House says is a very important time in this war. That message from the president earlier this week in New York is this is not the time to let up. That's why, of course, as Jay just said, they're trying to push Congress for more funding in addition to this big announcement today.
So, Jay, where does the battle over aid to Ukraine stand now?
Well, really, it's got to pass in the House, because if it were to go to the Senate, the expectation is it would pass in the Senate. And if it were to be brought to the floor in the House, the expectation is amongst moderate Republicans and Democrats, it would pass there too. But as I said, there is this faction of farther right House Republicans who have said they want no more aid for Ukraine. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz are among them. And so the question really is for Kevin McCarthy if he's going to bring any kind of Ukrainian aid to the floor, because he controls what goes to the floor for a vote. I can tell you, as we were talking here, though, we just got a readout of another top Republican in the House, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCall, and our colleague Ben Siegel asked him if he believes that Ukrainian aid can get through the House despite some GOP resistance, and his words are, "We will get it done." So he has faith in not just his colleagues, but in the Speaker to get this across the goal line.
And I think, and this is just my opinion, that this is going to cause a government shutdown, because there is a group of Republicans that are going to push back against this aid, so to speak. Get the government to shut down on us. We can't afford our bills. We got illegal migration happening at the southern border. Meanwhile, we're trying to send, what did they say, several million? Well, it's not several million. It lied there. It's not several $1 million. Got to find it. Let me find it. It's a hell of a lot more than that. Not several million. Hell, that's like saying a few dollars. Like saying a few dollars. Let me make sure this is clear. Let's see if I can bring it up here for you. It's a hell of a lot more than that. Here's a number. Y'all see that? Y'all see that number? Just type a 1 if you can see that number. Yeah. Here he is. Greetings, Zelensky with his wife, and Joe Biden and Jill Biden, side by side, hugs and kisses, handshakes, and all this other stuff for the camera. So we got to go in and talk about this. But he's already committed $325 million. That's through the some side meetings that we were talking about in the last live. Having side meetings. This is what they're doing. So yeah, they want this war that Ukraine is having with Russia to continue. They want it to continue. But here is, it reminded me of a document. And the document, I said, why does this look so familiar? This is a document. If you guys never heard of it before, it's called Project for a New American Century. Project for a New American Century. What is this? This is a think tank group made up of elites and attorneys that happen to got together and put together a recipe on how they can make money. And it's through these proxy wars. It's through proxy wars. And they get enough people to get involved and sign off on it. sign off on it. So I did a little research. I started digging through this document. I said, okay, this is a neoconservative think tank in Washington, D.C. that focuses on the United States foreign policy. Okay. I started going through. I said, okay, let me see who's a part of this stuff here. You know who popped up? This guy. Let me do it again. Y'all see him? Remember him? Yeah, he was a part of it. Okay, let's see who else. Remember him? He's a part of it. Okay. Formers. Okay, let's see who else. Remember him? Saying, oh, damn. Okay. This guy. Hi, Stella. And I'm going, okay, all from a previous administration. Obviously, the United States has formal diplomatic relations with most nations. This includes all United Nations members and observer states other than Bhutan, Iran, North Korea, you know, the ones we're having a problem with, and Syria, places like that. I said, well, wait a minute. 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 I remember something. Origins and operations of this think tank was also linked up with, oh, remember this guy? Remember this guy? This gets better. This stuff gets better. Yeah, this guy. Okay, let's see what else we can find here. Coming out of this administration. Now, Ronald Reagan is no longer with us. He was a great president, served 2 terms, right? After him, where was it? Papa Bush. He got in there for 1 term. So Papa Bush was vice president with Ronald Reagan. So that was 2 terms there. That's 8 years. Papa Bush stayed and had his own term, won an election. So that was another 4 years. And then this guy came around. Now he's on the other side of the table because Reagan administration is a Republican. Now we get this guy to come in from the Democratic side, become president, 8 years. And I'm going, okay, wait a minute. Now I'm looking at a timetable. Timeline. Statement of principles, people that are involved in supporting this. We got Richard Pearl. This guy, Paul Wolfowitz. Donald Rumsfeld. Elliot Abrams, all these people, including the guy from the Monopoly Board. That's what I call him, Monopoly Man. Give him a tall hat like the Monopoly guy, and that's him. All these different names to go after this guy. Remember him? Remember that's who Papa Bush wanted to get in the early 90s? All coming from this think tank. All this stuff, the strategies, military, money, they had all of this connected. So they had to go after this guy who had this thing called weapons of mass destruction, biological and chemical and radiological and nuclear and all this other stuff they couldn't find. Remember the Gulf War. Anyway, so yeah, I'm looking for receipts. I'm looking for names, and I'm starting to find them. I'm starting to dig at this. I'll be able to get to it, but it reminded me of September 11th, because that's when Bush Jr. was president. Remember, it's coming all out of this think tank, Project for a New American Century. Now, tying the dots together. Yeah, Desert Storm. Desert Shield, Desert Storm. Thank you, Hugh. And Bush Sr. had to pull out. Obviously, he didn't get Saddam his first go around. So they had to pull out. And they did. Set the place on fire over there, started burning oil, mining wells and stuff like that. Great. I mean, this is our history. This is history. All you got to do is to just Google it. You can pull up this stuff right on Google. Do your own research. Do your own research. I started going down a little bit more. See, focus on military strategy versus diplomatic strategy. You see this? It focuses on military strategy versus diplomatic strategy. In other words, they ain't going to talk. They want to pull the guns out. There's a co-founder, this guy who used to show up and still shows up on the news. He helped to create and get this project funded. Robert Keegan, another one. Let's see who else's name is on here. I mean, it's loads and loads. I could spend hours with you on this. Remember this guy here? Remember this guy here? I didn't know his name was John Ellis. Salute, T-Bams. I didn't know this guy's name was John Ellis. I thought it was just Jeb. He's a former governor of Florida. You know, where his brother went to read to the school to the school children on the morning of Sep 11th. He was down there with him as an alibi. I said, John Ellis, who the hell is that? And sure enough, I said, wait a minute, that's Jeb. And this guy here, vice president. This guy here, Forbes, Malcolm Stevens. Oh my goodness. Where all these people come from? They're the ones working behind the scene. Remember this guy here? James Danforth. All these people are connected to this project. Project for a New American Century. So they know what the hell they're doing. This guy was former vice president. With who? Papa Bush. That's why this guy and the other guy, Wolfowitz, was a part of Bush Jr.'s administration. This was all worked out. This guy. This was all worked out. I'm still doing research on that, but I just wanted to share that. Okay, so now we got this project for a new American century, sort of like the blueprint of what's been happening politically in our country with these folks that we elect in office, right? Now, we don't know nothing. We know nothing. All right. And it brought me back and I said, okay, wait a minute. Let me get somebody that has been handled by this project. and see if this starts to make sense. So I went searching and I found, let me see if I can bring it up. Yeah. All right. So you know me, I start digging at something, I'm going to find it. I want to share this, and I don't mean to get too deep in politics, folks. For those of you, and I can't understand that stuff. No, you don't have to really understand all the words and language. Just watch what they do. Watch what they do. Now, here's a guy that was NATO's supreme commander. And I'm just going to play a piece of this, but listen to what he says, because this begins to support everything regarding this project for a new American century.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs.
Oh, yeah, by the way, this is the former NATO Supreme Commander, General Wesley Clark. He was the one who orchestrated NATO to do this.
Just say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got a good military and we can take down." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later. And by that time, we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said,
Now, he said, bombing Afghanistan. Who are they looking for in Afghanistan? Who are they looking for in Afghanistan? You remember? They're looking for this guy. Afghanistan. That's who they're looking for. This guy. All right. One who masterminded what happened Sep 11th. All right. So they want to go to war with Iraq to get this guy. So they overlapped the stories and went to war to get this guy. So they can get both of them. Saddam on the left and Bin Bin on the right. Okay? All right, y'all remember. Good. So let's continue because it gets good.
he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today. And he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. I said, is it classified? He said, yes, sir. I said, well, don't show it to me. And I saw him a year or so ago, and I said, you remember that? He said, sir, I didn't show you that memo. I didn't show it to you.
I'm sorry, what did you say his name was?
I'm not going to give you his name.
So go through the countries again.
Well, starting with Iraq, then Syria and Lebanon, then Libya, then Somalia and Sudan, and then back to Iran. So when you look at Iran, you say, is it a replay? It's not exactly a replay, but here's the truth, that Iran from the beginning has seen that the presence of the United States in Iraq was a threat. A blessing, because we took out Saddam Hussein and the Baathists. They couldn't handle them. We took care of it for them. But also a threat because they knew that they were next on the hit list.
You see how these people play? Use one to get the other, and once you get that one, then you take the one that you were originally going after out yourself. That's how they play. So this is the same thing. We got this going on with a proxy in Ukraine, trying to intimidate Russia. You know, these people wanted their freedom and all this other stuff. And Putin, not farting, but Putin didn't want to play that game. He wanted to recapture land that used to be included in the USSR before Russia actually fell. The USSR no longer is there. Now they call it Russia, which is under Putin, not farting, Putin. I thought farting was his brother. But nonetheless, and to go back and forth to see these names connected, see these situations connected over a period of time. And I have to take a look at the time period because these are the 5 guys within that time period, minus Carter, who's at the end. He's way at the end. You know, the peanut guy from Georgia. Yeah, Papa Bush. You got good old OB over here, Bush Jr., and Clinton. These are the guys. And every single one, I said, okay, war with Papa, war with OB, war with Jr., and also Clinton. Bosnia. Okay. The guy who invented the internet. Don't start, Hugh. Okay. So when you wrap these up and then tie this guy into it, which was Prime Minister of UK. He's been in there like forever, but now he's out. Who always got along very well with these guys and assisted them in getting together with the UN to go get these guys. It's like, okay. And then when you go back and take a look at the Project of a New American Century, a document that was actually just written out of a think tank, then you begin to say, okay, are all the stuff that's happening just out of randomness? Was this stuff planned? Now think about the border where we started tonight. Think about the border where we started tonight. Think about the border that we started with tonight. Now, this timeline, at this stage, 1 year away from a presidential election. All these people already coming in which I said in my last live, to me, this is almost like a new voting bloc, as opposed to what happened in 2020's election. You see? So if you think about it here for a moment, if this guy doesn't get back in here and Trump wins, what do you think Trump is going to do? He's going to undo what's happening. He's going to lock that border up and send these people home. Do you think they're going to be happy? What do you think that'll create? Especially when these people do find jobs. If they find jobs on temporary work permits until their paperwork clears, which takes about 6 months to do. It's a huge problem. Yeah, eviction papers. That's right, Oklahoma. Eviction papers, right? So you get all these people on one side, Americans on the other, and then they're told that they have to go back home because Trump won. I think the fuse is being lit here for something else. I go back to 2020 and looked at what happened when the verdict came down with George Floyd for his murder, Minneapolis by Minneapolis police. Dude went to court, went to jail, and the streets were lit on fire. All the way from Seattle, Washington, all the way and across the United States, all the way to the east. Remember Antifa, Black Lives Matter, all those groups that showed up on the street, tearing up businesses and everything else like that? You think these people are going to go calmly back over the border and say, oh, okay, well, it was it was a nice visit. At least it was a nice visit. Yeah, that's right, Sakina. That's right. And they're going to try to get them legal as quickly as possible. So they may even hire, the money that they're throwing around, they may even hire more people just to get this processing done. More people. But I wanted to show you this. I wanted to show you this. I found this on Twitter. Let me find that Twitter page. Well, it's not called Twitter anymore. It's called X something. People keep changing damn names. And this was interesting. Check this out. Let me get to it. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't blow it up anymore, but I'll read it to you. Jesse Walters from Fox News. Today, see the name? Yeah, they'll have residency, right? Totally different. Totally different. Let's see if I can blow this up so you guys can see it. Where's my full screen? There it is. And let me do this. Take this off. Can y'all read that? Today, the Clinton Global Initiative announced their very own program to rebuild Ukraine. The U.S. is sending the World Bank $25 billion. Then the World Bank is sending the money to who? And then they are going to be sending the money to Ukraine. Now, the president also just appointed a Democrat mega donor to be the Ukraine reconstruction czar. Her qualifications, she's a billionaire heiress who bankrolled, guess who? Bankrolled Obi's election. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. I don't want to bore you with this. I got enough people that, okay, John, that's enough stuff for tonight. But I wanted to show you that. And here's this guy. Y'all might be familiar with him from Fox News. He's the one who tweeted that. Oh, yeah. This is the guy, Julian Assange, I was talking about. See if I can find.
Afghanistan.
Wars are the goal.
The goal is not to completely subjugate Afghanistan. The goal is to use Afghanistan to wash money out of the tax bases of the United States, out of the tax bases of European countries, through Afghanistan and back into the hands of a transnational security elite. That is the goal, i.e. the goal is to have an endless war, not a successful war.
War can be noble, but also a business opportunity.
Endless wars. Endless wars. Like I said, you can find this stuff all over the place and begin to put 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 together. Start to see how not just Eagle Pass is having a state of emergency, but this is soon shortly going to be one hell of a state of emergency. A hell of a state of emergency, not only for them, not unless they stop this. What else did I want to show you real quick? I'll skip that. I'll skip that. Okay, we got there. Oh, yeah. There it is. That was a news reporter making a comment based upon money going to, let's see if this is it. And I got to stop this. Okay. Get this fixed out again. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. But he was right. There's a media outlet called The Hill. This verifies this initiative launching a network to provide humanitarian aid to the Ukrainians. Obviously, this is September the 18th, just before 9 a.m. I wanted to tap into that. Here we go. Here we go. Other U.S. public officials set to appear, including the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, Interior Secretary, Deb Haaland, Gavin Newsom from California, the governor of California. Okay. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Jen Psaki, along with, let's see, basketball player, basketball Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade, Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley, Google President Ruth Porat, former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, and Guyana's President Ifan Ali are also all set to participate. All about money. That's right. All about money. Corporations are paying for this. Now, you put up all this money, you expect something in return. Well, this is real. This is what's going on behind the scenes. See, we don't see it. Our lives are not even a part of what these people are doing. Our lives are not even a part of what these people are doing. All we are getting are the effects as to what they're doing. We're getting the effects. And we see what the effect is. This is getting to be serious. I'm going to drop the link for a sec. Those want to come up and share their thoughts about tonight's live and the content thereof. You're free to come up and chat with me for a little bit. Say hello. Humongous is not going to do it. So, you know, every time I could go live and have a good issue, whether it be Kanika Jenkins or anything else, I always invite Humongous up, but he don't like to talk. But you're welcome to anyway, Humongous, if you want to come up. Sakina, if you want to come up, that's fine. If RJ is still in the building, he can come up. Boss, if you're in the building, you can come up. When I drop the link, it's for everyone. It's not just for, you know, the few that want to. It's for anybody. Just to close out tonight's live. I think I shared enough with you about the update as to what's going on with this border issue, why it's going on, because of the perfect timing that's involved for our brand new 2024 spending plan to be signed off on, which I believe will be late. And there is a strong possibility that the government will shut down before October 1st. And if it shuts down, it's going to be a big problem, only to be turned around and blamed on the Republicans because you have that small group that doesn't want to send money to Ukraine. But yet they've already making provisions to get money over there anyway, as you just saw. 325 million from the Bidens and their partners. 25 billion out of the Clinton initiative. These people are working behind the scenes. Okay, Oklahoma, much love to you. Hope all is well with you and the family. Thank you so much for coming. I miss you. Please don't be a stranger. Please don't be a stranger. Hey, RJ.
How's it going, John? Bear with me a second. You're going to have an echo for a second here.
Okay.
There we go. Now you're not going to echo.
Okay.
Or at least I'm going to echo.
I'm still on it, man. I'm still on it. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't step away from it.
John, this is such a huge, and I'm not saying it to sound like I'm Donald Trump or anything like that, but this is such a big topic that you have to cover it, and it's not something you can cover in one night.
No, you can't.
Because it's current events on top of other issues past, going way back before Trump into the Bush era when he was president. And, it really does go back that far, if not even further than I could think of.
I mean, that's how much research I had to backtrack. I had to backtrack all throughout the presidencies. I said, okay, which one went to war and which one didn't go to war? And we got to start with Papa Bush. I said, okay, he was the one that was going after Iraq, and he had to pull back, you know. So, okay, well, who came next? Clinton came in there. He had to go to Bosnia, for that Slobodan Milosevic, whatever his name is. There's shit going on over there, genocide going on over there. He was being bad to his own people. You get the same migration that started infiltrating.
Let's not forget a very famous movie that came out at that time, Wag the Dog.
Wag the Dog, yes, with Robert De Niro and what's his name, the short guy. Who won an Academy Award for Tootsie? Dustin Hoffman.
Hoffman. Yeah. Yep. Where they produced a war.
Yeah. Literally.
It was a production. And with everything that happened with Clinton, you had to go and consider that was really what was going on, because he needed huge distractions from what he was doing in the White House.
Yeah. There's a lot going on with him in the White House, a lot.
But we're not trying to talk about politics. We're trying to talk about the crisis at the border without the politics.
Yeah. So when you take a look at a timeline, watch this. You look at these guys outside of Carter, all multi-term leaders. As I said, Senior was in with Reagan for 2 terms, had his own term, so that's 3 terms. Clinton came in, 2 terms. Bush Jr., 2 terms. Obama, 2 terms. Add the numbers. How many years is that?
Let's see.
Each term 4 years.
Well, I mean, if you include Carter there, because Reagan's obviously not going to be in the picture, you're going back all the way to the 70s. Okay, but without Reagan and Carter there, you're going back to 88.
Yeah,
35 years.
Going on a long time. People have built this road, this thing called the agenda, no matter what side they're on. Money is paying for these people to be in where they were at the time they were in. Money put them there. I used to think, you vote for someone, you don't have to, also, throw a couple of dollars out the other hand too, just to vote. This was supposed to be something independent of all that, but money got them there. Money put them there, and money expected a return from them being there. And each and every single time we turned around, it was always more money, more money, more money in and a ton out. Because when Junior left, he threatened Congress. Say, look, I need $800 billion, to stop the banks from failing. That's on his way out. Obama comes in and he needs $798 billion for the insurance companies to be bailed out. Now, these banks and businesses being bailed out, hell, if you and I ran a business, guess what? Who's there to bail us out? We'll lose our job.
Nobody.
Who's there to bail us out?
Nobody's there to bail us out.
Nobody. But these are the folks. These are the folks who can write on a blank check. These are the folks that wrote on blank checks to get what they needed. Because
as I came up here tonight, you were saying that you believe that Congress is not going to pass a balanced budget, or let me correct myself. I'm sorry, a budget.
I got a funny feeling they're behind on the 8 ball.
Behind?
Yeah.
They aren't even on the same playing field as the 8 ball.
They're behind on the 8 ball.
They're over on a tennis court waiting for the 8 ball to be served.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's be honest. They're playing 2 different ball games here.
Serious. All to compound what's already on the table. Like I said, this is going to get far more interesting than we've ever seen at any given time in the history of this country.
Yep. So you and I were talking the other night about, there's a right way and a correct way to correct the government if people feel that is going wrong. And that's two different ways. One is by election. The other one is by a constitutional convention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is more, to me and I'm only speaking from my perspective in all of this.
Oh, yeah.
My opinion, my perspective, my objectivity, if you will, that, starts to put certain pieces together so stuff can start to make sense. Because what's happening separately never made sense. But when you start to take a look historically and begin to see an outline, a pattern, if you will, emerging, it's actually the catalyst, the thing that's causing us to go in this particular direction all the time. All the time. When we had Trump, and like I said, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat or anything. Hey, the guy that knows, he could use his common sense and make stuff work, and he's able to get a job done and does it. Yeah, that's the guy I'm going to listen to. That's the guy I really want to get into his brain, And for me, Trump was a businessman, and he showed that in his career as a business person. The hotels and casinos that he was able to build and everything, all from his father's business. So he used his own money to run for president, as he's doing right now, his own money. He doesn't have donors like the other fellows that I showed you here tonight.
I was kind of off and on watching what you were saying, to be honest, and because I had other things I had to get done tonight. Long story. Nothing related to anybody on YouTube. I couldn't help but notice one thing. You're talking about the budget.
Yeah, the spending budget.
And I was bringing up the reason I was bringing up the Constitutional Convention idea again was, isn't it about time that the Congress finally decides they know how to set a balanced budget that we can actually turn around and pay our debts and stop other countries from taking advantage of us?
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, they're sending the wrong people are getting in. And then when you have the leadership that's been there forever, that's telling people what to do, because they have their own groups and cliques and they know how to they know how to play what do they call it?
They know how to play politics. There's no honestly, that's what they're doing. That's
dirty
all they're doing.
Dirty pool. Excuse me, dirty pool.
Yeah.
Dirty pool with each other. Having these these secrets about these other people, hanging over their head, to coerce them, to persuade them, manipulate them into joining the group, joining consensus. If not, you're out.
That's exactly what I was saying.
You heard today? You heard about Senator Mendez from New Jersey? You heard about what happened to him?
No, do tell.
Oh Lord.
I was working. It was actually a busy day, so I didn't have
on the demo side. On the demo side, right? On the demo side, it was indicted for bribery.
Oh, yes, I did hear about that, but I didn't hear the name attached to it. Yes.
Yes.
This is something like going back to like 98 or something like that.
Yeah, they're there forever. They're there forever. Like I said, Pelosi, they're forever. Feinstein, they're forever. Waters, both Pelosi and Waters out of California. One congressperson that just doesn't want to leave, but you can I guarantee you can take your hand and pull that wig right off her head. and she's been an acid test for Trump. But she follows what Nancy tells her to do.
That's the thing we were talking about the other night with Mitch McConnell. He's obviously had a stroke. He gets behind a microphone and he freezes. He doesn't know what to say or what to do. Yeah. They have to aid him away from the microphone when he gets to that point because he's lost.
They don't know when to step down because the political environment, this being there and being where the power is and being where the money is, and these people do lean into corruption.
They're in the business. They're in the business. They're in the business of politics, and they're playing politics.
Yeah, and it's hurting us.
Playing the game politics,
and we know nothing about it. So why the hell are they arguing when we're all Americans? Aren't they supposed to be supporting us here? And we see what they do. We hear what they say, but we see what they do, because what they do speaks so loud. What they say, we can't understand.
We're not the America that we were 30 years ago.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. No way near it. They flipped this coin a long time ago.
You do know that they started flipping this coin back in the 20s, the 1920s.
Well, yeah. With the bankers.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. Who do you think wrote the Federal Reserve Act?
Exactly.
Bankers.
Why is it not a government oversight committee over the banking industry? It's a private entity.
Yeah, that's right. They're no more federal than Federal Express. Independent agency. They are not government. They are not government. Now think about that, folks. If you didn't know it, read The Creature from Jekyll Island. Read that book, The Creation of the Federal Reserve, back in 1913, when that bill was passed. It was passed by a small majority during the Christmas holidays. And they signed a banking bill into law and then changed it after it was passed. That's how they do it. The okie doke, so to speak. Let's get it in there clean, because we can always change the deal later.
And that's exactly what they've done.
And they've been doing that a number of times until they got the recipe that needed to be in the bill.
It was the Big Seven back then.
Yeah. No, I actually it was 9. It was 9 of them that sat down in Jekyll Island.
Yes.
And for about 10 days, and came back after the Christmas holiday and tried to get that bill passed through appropriations.
And they were not all the big families from the United States.
Oh, that's another story. Like I said, we can talk until we're blue in the face on how all of these folks are connected. All connecting the one after the other, and you get to FDR, 4-term president. 4 terms? Wait a minute. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
You know they had to put term limits on the presidency now because, this guy stayed way too long.
I'm pretty sure everybody in your audience is going to get this trap question, and I'm going to preference it as a trap question. How many years can a president be a president?
That's a question for the audience. How many years should a president's term be? Let's get some numbers in the chat. Let's get some numbers in the chat. Sakina said 8.
Is that for how many years they should be or are allowed to be?
Yeah. How many years should they be or allowed to be? Right.
And make sure you put either should or allowed next to your answer.
Yeah. Let's see. 8 years. 8 years, D Love. Okay. Allowed. Sakina comes back and says allowed. 8 years allowed. Serve full term. Cheryl O says 8. So that's 2 terms. Each term 4 years. That's right, Hugh. They refuse to be audited too.
Should be 6. Okay.
9 or 10 allowed. 9 or 10 years, give or take.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. Tweety Lynn says 8 allowed. Lena says allowed 1 and out. 1 term. Rake's Funny Farm says 8. So that's 2 terms. If they're doing the job, you would want them to think about it. If they're doing the job and they're doing the right job and people are being impacted the right way, of course you would want them to stay longer.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're serving the people's interests as they should.
Seems like we got a pretty good consensus of what people think that a president should or allowed to be in term for a president.
Yeah.
But did you know that the Constitution words it as being not 1 day more than 10 years?
It should be no more than 8. Humongous said it should be no more than 8. Yeah. And then you get these Congress folks and senators. It seems to, what is it for a senator? 6 years. 2 more years more so than the president. And for Congress people, it's every what?
Well, Congress is every 4 years.
Every 4 years. Okay. Yeah.
Senator is every 6 years.
Every 6 years for senators, every 4 years for Congress. So Congress changed when the president's changed. In most cases, if they could fall in and out of administrations with their term limits, as they have.
Oh yeah,
as they have. Midterm elections. As they have every 4 years for them, every 4 years for a president, and then 6 years for senator. But these people don't know when to leave. They get so jaded and so locked up in there that they stay until they're gray, old, shaking, until they freeze up. Like Feinstein and what's his name? McConnell?
Mitch McConnell.
Maxine has been in there forever.
Oh God.
Maxine Waters, congressperson from California. Been there forever. You
Pelosi.
literally just pull her wig right off her head and you'll see how old she is.
Pelosi.
Pelosi's been there. She's what, 81 for crying out loud? You can
Gotta
pull
be.
her wig off her
Gotta
head
be.
and see what she looks like too. You know, there's a large majority of them that just don't know when to leave. Let somebody else serve.
Miss Justice, that's actually a very interesting point. How about establishing a set of guidelines for performance? I think I was trying to hint at that by saying that there's got to be a cognitive test to show that you are within your mental faculties. And, you know, something like what happened to Mitch McConnell, that's unfortunately happened when he is in office.
Right.
You know, so expect him to run for another term or say he's eligible to run for another term. It shouldn't be.
Correct. No, I agree. I mean, hell, you know, who would want to work that damn long? You know, they give us the age 65 to 67, and then we're eligible for retirement. That's Social Security. Now, if you still have your cognitive faculties about you and you're still, you know, brisk and able and things
agile.
of that nature, and hell, you know, you can continue to work. You
Let's
know,
put it this way. You know, you shouldn't have the Secret Service shouldn't have to worry about, God forbid, an attempt on a president that they're going to break the president's hip by shoving him into the limo. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
oh man, it's too much. It's too much. By a show of folks still with us, how many of you guys have followed me from the last live to tonight's live and find this, at least from my perspective, at least it was interesting to watch? Type of 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you type a 2, I'll stop.
They're laughing at what I said, but I'm going to kick this off. They're laughing and said, absolutely a 1. This needs to be talked about.
I want to say, Auntie Maxine. Auntie Maxine. Yeah, she's somebody's freaking aunt. Pull the wig off and it's all gray. Pull a wig off, it's all gray. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You know, I said, let me pick up on this because this is bothering me. Rather than talk to the folks that I'd talk to face about what's going on, I said, you know something? I don't know if I should bring this to my channel. You know, people are going to, you know, oh man, I'm lucky if I had 2 people still in here.
It needs to be talked about.
You know, but these are decision makers that are put in government, voted by the people, appointed by the body of people that can appoint to serve the public, which affects our lives, our wages, the food price, the prices based on food, gas, and all the utilities and services that we use. And I'm saying, well, hell, if I don't say something about it, I mean something, you know. And when I take a look at a situation pertaining to a border and see that our government is not really doing anything to assist the governors of the states that are being impacted by this event, it makes me wonder who the hell is in the White House, who's running the country, you know. So I take Sleepy Joe out, and then I have to look back into time. Who else would be qualified? Who else would be holding his hand? You can look no further than the group that he's around. Look no further than the group that he's around. You saw them in the picture outside of, like I said, Carter. You saw them in the picture. Right
Okay,
here.
Carter's 99 years old, and
Yeah, I
Joe
know.
Biden looks older than Carter. I was
know.
just looking up something, a few moments ago, and
Yeah.
it was talking about Carter turning 99 years old and having peanut butter ice cream to celebrate his birthday.
So you figured, 2-term OB, right? Joe was with him. Now Joe gets in. Well, wait a minute. Trump came in, and now Joe gets in, and we know what happened in 2020, right? Who do you think is running with him? Obi and Clinton. These are the folks that want this war to continue.
Look, I'll put it this way. I have no problem with admitting that I'm a libertarian. And I am very liberal on some social issues. Okay. At the time that Obama was elected president, yes, I will tell you that I voted for Obama because I felt that at that time that if we were to be able to get out of the Middle East with dignity and respect to the Middle East, that Obama having the nationality and the background that he did, he could have been the right president for that to happen.
Yeah,
but it never happened.
I went through a state of emergency when I saw him emerge on the stage as president. I said, "Oh, you kidding me? They sucker punched us again." Well, I mean, John McCain, who was running, opposite him, I knew he wasn't going to make it. But I said, "Are you kidding me? Are they really throwing this card into the game?" And sure enough, they did.
John McCain running for president
went from junior senator in Chicago to president of the United States. This guy came out of nowhere. Trump challenged him on his birth certificate and all his stuff. He's not even American born. All those arguments that he had and everything else like that. And I said, "Okay, are we in trouble here?"
So
I had my head cocked. I said, "Okay, wait a minute now. You mean to tell me they're gonna give us a tan on this one?"
And that's basically what happened.
They're gonna give us a tan on this one. And now you got to keep your eyes out, and the policies and their policies, out of all the stories that I heard, him coming out of Reverend Wright's church and all the stuff. And now after the fact, there's even more stories coming out on dude. It's like, okay, well, wait a minute. Who did we have in there for 8 years? And now we've got the one that we got today out of the one he came from. And who's probably most likely definitely behind the scenes covering all this stuff. So I don't know. It's turned into what did Donald say? It was a banana republic or something like that.
I don't remember what he said, but
turning into a banana republic or something like that. I said, "Okay, what's a banana republic?" Yeah, I remember the stores that they used to have in New York City, but
here's the comparison he was trying to make is that we're economically we're in trouble because we're turning into one huge shopping district. And he was making a comparison to Russia. He was making a comparison to Russia, which, if you look at economically wise, they are one giant gas station.
Oh man, I was just looking at what Hugh wrote down there. Who doesn't like a bit of a head while smoking crack? Oh man, yeah, and and all of what they do affects this country, and we're in bad shape. We're just in bad shape. And it's only going to accelerate.
Cheryl, if you really want my opinion of who's running the United States,
oh Lord,
it's the UN. We might be the muscle behind the UN, but the UN is the one in charge.
Yeah, good old United Nations. Body that was put in place, in 1945, I think. They had began that charter.
Yeah.
But you see what happened. But you see what happened.
Was it 45 or 47? It was right before Israel got recognized as a nation again.
Okay, Israel was what?
49.
49. Okay, yeah,
so
it was
45 or 47 was right.
Yeah. We're around that ballpark in the 40s.
Yep.
Mid to almost late 40s, but in that ballpark, you know. And for those that don't follow this stuff, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I only showed you and shared with you information on actions people are taking. All you got to do is watch what they're doing. Watch what they're doing.
Don't worry about it, but open your eyes to what's going on.
And then see, and then you can make two distinctions. Is this good or is this bad? That's it.
There you go.
That's how I
Humongous
learned
is saying
politics.
yes.
That's
yes,
how I learned
48ers.
politics. My father used to come home, you know, and talk about, oh, Dad, I'm not interested in that stuff. That ain't got nothing to do with me. He says, certainly it does. He tried to educate me on that. I'm not really tight on that. More or less watching the news or anything else, because I felt it was all bullshit anyway.
Well, here's the thing: is way I was raised until I became a teenager was my parents had one television, and it was the old UHF VHF dial TV with a set of rabbit ears.
That's where it was, in the living room. That's where the TV was.
Exactly, with a set of rabbit ears.
Oh, damn. Okay. Rabbit ears on TV?
Rabbit ears. Yes. I am that old, John. I'm that old.
Oh, no, you're not old enough. They're rabbit ears, okay? I mean, TV didn't come in until what? Well, when did TV come in? Around the 40s, late 40s too?
Well, I'm not that old, but I'm saying I'm old enough that we didn't have cable. We had rabbit ears.
Yeah, people just sit around listening to the radio.
Bing. Well, yes. If I wanted to listen to a baseball game or listen to a hockey game, there was only two ways I could go about doing that. One was I had to listen to a football game as well. I had to listen to it on the radio, or I could earn time to watch TV, which was doing my chores, reading, making sure my homework was done. And when I mean reading, it wasn't just read a couple pages of a book. It was read the whole dang on book in a week.
Right, definitely.
You know, and then I could earn enough time to say, okay, you earned the time to go ahead and watch this game or that game because you've done what you know, it was like in addition to an allowance or anything like that, you know, type of deal. And, then I could watch maybe one football game in a week when I did that.
Right.
But what my point is that, you know, going back to then, you know, the only programming that we were, the program that we had to watch nightly without any nights missing was the 5 o'clock news. Or 5:30 p.m. news, whatever it was. My father came home. I remember this from being a child. My father came home. The news was turned on TV, and my father sat down, read the paper. When we had a paper, which was mainly on Sundays, and he watched the 5:30 or whatever 5:30 p.m. news.
Right. I hear you. I mean, me, it was. You know, I was in books. I was about education. I was about working, education, because that was the only way I could live with my folks. Say, you got, you know, my mother, you know, keep your faith, go to church, you know, and always remain there. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, my father said, you know, if you don't work, you don't eat.
Yep.
Well, pretty much cut and dry. So I went to work because work was related to education, and that's where I stayed. Came up out of Brooklyn, and sure enough, found myself on Wall Street. I worked for several investment banking firms, learning about the markets and everything else like that. Found out that my tan was just too much for certain people, and I left it. You know, went into the private sector, you know, far deeper into the private sector after that, you know, because, you know, I started finding out about the world in my own way, rather than be told certain things. There are certain things you have to find out for yourself, you know, certain things you had to find out for yourself. But, you know, when I read the document, Project for a New American Century, and saw how that was linked coming out of the Clinton administration into the Junior Bush situation, I said, my goodness, there'd be no way in the world that somebody way over in the East, living in a mountain in a cave with the AK-47 and a bunch of other people dressed like him could ever pull this off, not unless I do a history lesson on him, which I did, only to find out that, he was being handled.
I'm glad you're bringing that up because it triggered a memory.
Yeah, he was being handled.
Do you remember
by somebody over here, and they made sure that the war that he was having in Afghanistan against Russia, they got the same deal. U.S. funded him and his cohorts in Afghanistan to push back the Russian army from infiltrating Afghanistan. Soon as that was done and they won, they no longer needed him. So what did they do? They had to set him up to do this, out of that document. And I'll share it with you right now.
Well, while you're pulling that information up, do you remember I don't remember the dates that it has happened, but I can remember you were mentioning just a second ago about a man hiding in the bush, hiding in the mountains, hiding in caves, back in I want to say the 80s or 90s. I can't remember the years. The Iran-Contra affair hearings.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ali North was an American hero. He told us about Osama bin Laden back in the 80s or 90s when that was going on, to say, this is the scariest dude in the world and you need to take care of him now before he becomes a problem in the United States.
Mm-hmm. Yet he was a scapegoat to it all. He was a man on the ground running from location to location.
He had the intel on everyone that
Everything.
He had the intel on everyone that needed to be manhandled back then.
Yep. And when I had found out, I said, let me dig a little harder. Let me see where this research goes to. And it started leading me to the administrations. It started leading me into timelines of the administrations, what the administrations were doing in the body of the timelines. I said, okay, I see why we got here. And I see why the Supreme Commander of the NATO forces during the Bush administration was talking about these countries that they were going to go to war with.
Hey, John,
do these proxy wars and all this other stuff, get in there, get American interest in there so corporations can help them fix it up afterwards.
John, I'm going to mute myself for a couple minutes. I will be listening to do that video, and I'll be back before that video is over.
All right, so let's take a look at what I felt, what I do feel deeply, the Project for a New American Century produced and developed on one day in SEP 11.
American 11, are you trying to call?
The cops are not answering their phone. Our number 1 is in staff, and our 5 is in staff.
Hey, I'm going to call from Washington. I have a situation with American 11, a possible hijack.
What's going on, Betty? The crap is erratic again. Problem, very erratic. Betty, talk to me. Betty, are you there? Betty? Betty?
The plane just World Trade Center. What? The 737?
What?
Like the World Trade Center.
Who are you talking to? Oh, God. Oh, my God.
United 175, New York. We have some problems over here right now. We might have a hijack over here, 2 of them. Jules, this is Ryan. Lives on an airplane that's been hijacked. If things don't go well, I'm going to do this. I just want you to know I absolutely love you. I want you to do good. So happy to find. Same to my parents and everybody. And I just totally love you. And I will see you later. Bye, babe.
What are those people going to do? All the elevators are blocked out.
Oh my God. So both towers are now
Okay, I got an aircraft 6 miles east of the White House.
Crystal City, just north of Crystal City.
Just to the north of your town.
Yeah, stop all departures.
Pentagon just got hit. Don't say that. God damn, I can't even protect my NCA.
United 93, that traffic for you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound 370.
Negative contact, we're looking United 93.
United 93, Cleveland, if you hear the center right then.
Загадка 32, и применить сюда, the ball.
Tuesday, 9:47 a.m.
Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that I love them very much. And I'm so sorry, babe. I hope to be able to see your face again, baby. I love you. Bye.
Number 56865. We have, I believe it is a Boeing 757. Can you see him up there, sir?
That's confirmed. It looks like he's rocking his wings.
Roger.
He's rocking back and forth.
Number 56865. I advise you stay away from that aircraft. Go north as fast as you can.
United 93. Have you got information on that yet?
Yeah, he's down.
He's down?
Yes.
When did he land?
He did not land.
Oh, he's down?
Yes,
Down?
somewhere up northeast of Camp David.
Sean, it's me. I just want to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck at this shelter in New York. There's lots of smoke, and I just wanted you to know that I love you always.
At number 2 World Trade Center, right. Lady was stewardess in the walking. We're not ready to die, but it's getting bad.
I'm on the 83rd floor. I'm gonna die, aren't I? No. I'm gonna die.
Liv, say your prayers. We're going to think positive because you got to help each other get off the floor.
I'm
Now,
gonna die.
New type of war.
That day, I'll never forget it.
Oh, I'll never forget it either.
At around, I think it was 8:30 that morning, I received a phone call, and I didn't know that, I didn't know the other person on the other side, and they were asking for a person by a name that obviously I wasn't with, and I didn't know. And I said, well, who are you trying to call? And they kept telling me, there's been a big accident in the city, and I'm trying to get a hold of the family to let them know that they should be looking out for their son. I said, okay, well, does your son have a name? I wrote the name down, and obviously, got off the phone and everything. And I said, accident in the city. So I automatically turned on the TV. And sure enough, there was the first plane had hit already and stuff like that. I said, what? Now, I used to work at the World Trade Center on the 8th floor on the commodity exchange.
Oh, wow.
When I worked down for one of the investment firms, not far, 55 Broad Street at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to commute between 55 Broad Street and the commodity exchange. And sure enough, I'm like, oh, damn. And then I remember my daughter working not far from Pace University.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling her, which is not very far from Merrill Lynch or Broadway. And
Yeah, I believe there's building 7 or something like that.
Yeah. And I'm calling her. So she's not picking up the phone. I'm leaving messages. Hey, could you call me? Did you go to work today? Get back to me as soon as you can, because it seems like something's going on downtown. And sure enough, I didn't hear from her until later on that evening, about 5:30-ish or something like that. She said that she got stuck in the train. They stopped the railways. All the subway stations were stopped, and they were stuck in a tunnel for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. The billowing smoke that hit the streets also hit the underground subways. And she obviously she was in bad shape. She was crying. She was her phone was dead. I couldn't get to understand how she got out of that area, at all. But luckily she got out of the area, was able to get out because they were evacuating people, left and right, telling them not to go down further down Battery Street Park or any other place, But she definitely said it was a bad experience. What's going on, and this, that, and the other thing. And shortly thereafter, they popped up. I think later on, after Building 7 hit about 9 o'clock that night, they popped this guy's name out there and said that's who was responsible.
Mm-hmm.
I said, damn, how did they know that?
Did not take long.
How the hell did they know that fast? So that gave me, I said, no. What I saw when those buildings fell was something else.
So
when those buildings fell was something else. They don't come down like that, especially Building 7.
Well, the Building 7 was one of the smaller buildings, and it got so damaged from the other buildings coming down. It was destroyed because of that. It wasn't the target itself.
Yeah.
But,
from the explosion, if you will, everything exploding from the two towers. Flying all over the place. Yeah. Right. Other buildings were going to be impacted, shattered glass. You name it. You should that area in that way.
You shared your story about 9/11. Here's mine. I got married September 10th, 2001. Our honeymoon, thankfully, we weren't able to go and go through the plans that we had made because I wouldn't be here talking to you. We were going to be in New York City, and we had planned on being at the Twin Towers to take the first tour of the day, which means we would have been in the buildings when the planes hit.
Wow.
My ex-wife had never been to New York City and has never, from my knowledge, has never been to New York City because of what happened.
Right.
And her and her daughter from a previous relationship had never seen, Liberty, the Statue of Liberty, do the tourist things of New York City. And we had planned a 2-day trip to go to New York City that it was going to include go and see in a show on Broadway and things like that. They had a show that a kid would have been interested in her daughter's age. It would have been like a nice little date thing for newlyweds type of deal.
Right.
But we were going to be in New York City, and unfortunately, we couldn't make the trip. I had gotten up because we did go away for a couple nights. It just wasn't in New York City. I had gotten up and we were getting ready for the day because the day after, on September 11th, we were planning on having brunch with family that came up to see us get married for my side of the family. And I had turned TV on while my ex-wife was getting ready in the bathroom. And I thought I was actually turned a movie on because it was right when the towers got hit. I thought it was a movie. And I was just like, it's just a movie. I don't want to see the kind of movie today. And I turned the channel.
You thought it was a movie?
I thought it was a movie. I thought it was some movie depicting like the United States being attacked, and I never saw or heard from before. And I turned it right off. And it wasn't until we went and met everybody for brunch that we got told about about the towers being hit, and I was like, that wasn't a movie. That was my first reaction to it. That wasn't a movie. Because I honestly thought it was a movie, that I had just put a movie channel on, and that was what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when I took a look at it, I was like, I was shocked. I mean, and I stayed glued on it night after night after night after night when they, you know, they're finding people, and you know, the fires didn't subside for almost 2 weeks
Mm-hmm.
because the area was just so hot. You know, and I'm going, oh man. And then, you know, you go back into time, how many times you've been in the building, what kind of work you used to do in the building, and the people that you used to work with that were in the building, and all kinds of things, you know. And still to this day, there were several people that I know who worked there I hadn't heard from. I hadn't heard from at all.
The toughest question I've ever gotten asked in my whole entire life was by a 4-year-old little girl asking, she called me dad. She said, Mom, Dad, why would somebody do this to us?
Yeah.
4-year-old asking that question.
Yeah. Why, you know, of all times, why? You know, went back into the timeline. Said, well, you know, what's his name was just getting into office. Junior was just getting into office. 9 months later, boom. The second month, the month of February, the bottom end of February, he was already thinking about going over to take care of Iraq. But he was told to stand down. It was too early, stand down.
Oh, his dad told him to stand down, let it be.
Too early, stand down. And he had to stay down. He had to say, look, we got to walk this through.
Yep. And 9/11 changed everything.
And
9/11 changed everything. It gave him the ability to go and do what he did, which he wanted to do before.
Yep. Because somebody knew how to play those cards. All you got to do is just look, go on a little bit further back, and you can find out where all that information came from.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we had that information all along.
Yeah.
We had that information all along that Osama bin Laden was the scariest person on the planet, and that he planned to try to destroy the United States worse than Russia, which we were talking about the other night. Worse than Russia did.
Well, his handlers turned their back on him.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the same people that funded him to take care of Russia to push them back, same people turned their back on him. So now he's pissed.
Right.
He was promised certain things he didn't get, and people starved to death. You know, there was funding that was supposed to be provided for humanitarian efforts to obviously rebuild because of the conflict that you know, Afghanistan and Russia was going through at the time.
At the same time, the United States is really smart about certain things. They're not going to sit there and fund you to the point where you're no longer useful to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
You served your purpose. You did what the United States needed you to do.
Yeah.
They paid you to what the United States our government felt was an appropriate amount of money for recovery and rebuilding. And then after that, you're going to be on your own. If you don't plan for it wisely, that's on you.
Right.
And that's basically what happened. And it just pushed Osama bin Laden over the edge.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, naturally, no doubt. You know, so for this to have occurred and for his name to have popped out so quick, along with 19 others.
Because they knew who it was.
Of course, you know, and to have allowed it to happen so that they could retaliate, you know, to go to another country, to go look for him and then include another country called Iraq, where Saddam was, so go and get him too. Go and get him too. You know, they had to link all the Al Qaeda, and then all of a sudden,
And it wasn't
names
hard for them to
changing.
link. It wasn't hard for them to pull out that paperwork to say, we know you're funding them. And it's, oh, France, you better knock it off as well before we come after you. And France went, okay, we got you. We're sorry. We apologize. We're on your side. While these other countries said, at the United States.
Yeah. See, so this to me is an operation. We're looking right at a critical, disastrous operation.
Oh, definitely are.
Right now as it's happening.
This is a war on the United States economy.
Yeah.
Is what it is. This is where I was alluding at the other night. When you can't just go ahead and blindly put these people, and I don't mean these people in any sort of racist terms. Okay.
Right.
I mean, just as a whole, a group, the immigrants, you can't just go and dump them into a city and expect that city not to face some sort of economic issue.
Yeah. You know, there's purpose and there's intent behind this. You know, and all I do is follow the money, and then the money leads me to names. Names turn into people. These people turn into who I've been digging out.
Places, meetings,
times, timelines, events, and everything else. And once you look at the whole movie, if you will, it begins to make sense. You know, like I said in the last live, every time we step somewhere, we never come back the same.
Mm-hmm.
We never come back the same.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, we're supposed to be the leader in globally, you know, to be the peacemaker, and yet we're doing the opposite of it. We're doing the opposite of it.
Yep.
Now you got to say why. Why? Who gains? Who benefits? Who bonos in this?
UN Agenda 21.
Yeah, and then you go right back to the documents. Yeah, Agenda 21, Project
the Overton window.
Century. You know, now it's Project 2030. You know, who knows what's going to happen? Turn the corner. Like I said, we're right around the corner now. Mm-hmm. October's coming around. You got October, November, December. We go right around in 2024. And here we go. Here we go.
I'm saying the phrases on purpose. The Overton window, UN Agenda 21. You know, I'm not going into details about them because it's something you really got to look up to understand.
Yes, I agree, Hugh. Absolutely. See, Hugh's on point. They're looking for a mechanism to go digital. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they're already testing digital IDs, CBDCs, all this stuff to take the cash out of the industry and put everybody on electric.
I'll put it this way. Does everybody understand what an Overton window is? I know we don't have many people with us, but does everybody understand what an Overton window is?
All real things. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, the short definition that you've come up with that, makes sense to you would make sense to us all. Because if anybody else tried to explain it, we'd say, huh?
An Overton window is a series of events that push you beyond the concept of a rebound ability. And it just basically, the easiest way to imagine it is you have a herd of cattle, a herd of horses, and they're what do you want to call it? They're just at a full charge. They can't stop, and they're coming to a cliff. And no matter what you do, they're not going to be able to stop. They're going over that cliff. Each cattle is that series or an event in that series of lines that keeps pushing towards that cliff. And that's exactly what is going on. It's the Overton window.
See, now when you say Overton window, you know what I picture? I picture a rubber band. Once stretched, it never goes back the same.
That's another way of saying it, because it's a series of events that makes it be that you can't recover.
The simplicity of how I'm looking at it, is hey, it's a rubber band, because once you stretch a rubber band for any great length or period of time, and
it loses
it'll never go back to it. It'll never go back to its original state.
Exactly, it loses its elasticity. I'm not saying that word right, but
elasticity.
Yeah, it loses its elasticity. Yeah, I can't say that word. I give up.
Yes, you can. It took me 5 years to get the pronunciation. Elasticity.
Yeah, that's
elasticity. Elasticity.
I know what the word means. I know how to spell it. Probably. I can't say it.
I get tongue-tied. See, tongue-tied on certain words to tongue-tied. I like that. I got to continue to use that tongue-tied.
That's just fitting with my Friday and how my day at work went. So being tongue-tied is normal to me today. But
sounds like something on a Chinese menu. Tongue-tied. Give me some tongue-tied and some rice.
Yep.
Tongue-tied and rice.
But it's still it's that event that's pushing us closer and closer and closer to that cliff, and there's no stopping. It's just the rate of speed that we're getting to that cliff is increasing.
Yeah, so for power, control, dominance, that's what they want. That's what they want. That's what they've been working all of this through and to. They need a reason. They needed a reason. They needed a reason. They needed another reason. Then another one. Then another one. And each one took them closer and closer and closer, but they couldn't do it all together all at one time. No, we would all see what the hell was going on, and they would have been thrown out. No, we got to do this. What did I think his name was David Icke talked about the totalitarian tiptoe. Nice and easy. Yeah, totalitarian tiptoe. Nice and easy. Easy does it. Type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm going to keep my eyes on this story. Anything that develops, and it's going to develop, obviously, I'll come back with some updates, because each hour, each moment is critical to how our country is changing. I see a new voting bloc, well over 10 million people, over the last 2.5 years, maybe even more, give or take. How all this has started. They push a button on these things at certain times. We don't see it. It's so subtle. But when it accumulates, and they're using the law of accumulation here, a penny a day for 30 days, or I give you $1 million. Which would you take? Penny a day for the next 30 days, double every day for 30 days, or I give you $1 million bucks.
Oh, I'm taking the penny that doubles every day.
There you go. And when you do the math, then things connect better, because you take a penny a day, double it every day for 30 days, you're well over $5 million bucks. Compared to the million that you could have taken all at once.
Oh yeah. Because it's not just you get 2 pennies and one next day, and then 4, or you only double that original penny. You double that whole amount.
Yeah, day one, 1 penny. Day 2, 2, and then start to add it from there.
4, 8, 6,
2,
yep.
4, 8, 16, and 32. Keep going, 60, and yeah, before you know it, over $5 million bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Not all together, over time. This way you don't see the accumulation. You don't see how it accumulates and what the result of that accumulation is going to end up being. And that's pretty much what David Icke used to call problem, reaction, solution. Pose a problem, let the people react, and then provide the solution. But what is going to be the solution to this immigration? Obviously, I agree with you. They go digital.
Oh yeah,
They
I
go
don't disagree with
everything
that.
digital. We can't print enough money because we're already through $33 trillion in debt and climbing and climbing. They're looking to pass a spending bill before the end of this month.
Why do you think they keep complaining about the price of the penny not being worth the penny to make? It's
What's
always
that?
been that way.
Oh,
Why do you think they complain about the price of a penny being more than the value of a penny to make?
yeah.
It's
Well,
too costly to make money.
yeah.
We're going to be.
That's a good one.
We're going to make it. It's going to be a monetary fund on a piece of plastic. That's how you're going to get paid. That's how you're going to be able to spend. It's been set in motion for. I don't know. I want to say like they started complaining about the price of a penny and how much it actually costs to make. I want to say probably in the 80s. I don't even remember.
Yeah, that's why they want to say, forget that. We'll just get, digital dollars. We can print that on paper. We can, just send it electronically.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you got to do. Send it electronically. Send it electronically. You don't have to write a check anymore. You don't have to handle money anymore. You don't have to go to the bank to withdraw and everything. Lines in the bank and all this other stuff and all these coins we got to produce and make and all these dollars we got to print and everything. Let's save money on damn ink and do it electronically.
Right. It's the same thing of nobody uses $1,000 or $10,000 bill anymore. So we're going to stop making it. That's only for interbank commerce now.
Yeah.
But there is a such thing as $1,000 and $10,000 bill.
Think about it. I wonder whose face is on those, right?
Oh, I don't even remember. But I know they make them.
Whose face is on those, right?
I know they exist.
Yeah. No, I saw something when they were conjuring up the idea of what they were trying to get it to look like. Let me see if I can find it. It was kind of crazy when I looked at it. I said, wait a minute, that's money?
It's now considered to be interbank commerce. It's not official tendered money.
See if I can get the images up here for a second here. Because this thing had me digging. I was like digging left and right, and I'm going, okay, this is leading me down a damn rabbit hole I've never been to. But I had to collect the information and then begin to put the pieces together because it all didn't happen in one piece. Then it took me through time. Then it took me through terms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I was starting to get a headache. I said, well, let me back up. Let me back off this. This is starting to give me a headache now. How could I release this kind of information coherently on my channel and make it make some kind of sense? Because we don't go through this this stuff every damn day.
There you go. Hugh said it. Hamilton.
Oh my God.
It's $1,000 bill. It's Hamilton.
1,000 is Hamilton. I'll be down. Oh smoke. Yeah, but this is what they want to do. This is what they want to do. Da-da-da. Hugh's got me digging for this stuff now. Thing called CBDC. Right there. U.S. digital dollar. CBDC tests are here. They are here.
Oh, yeah.
You do every damn thing on your phone now.
Why do you think that when you get paid at McDonald's or some of the lower end jobs that exist in they're no skilled jobs that you do not get a paycheck for? You cannot get a paid live check with. You either have to have direct deposit or you have to have a pay card. And this has been going back 10 years.
Yeah.
At least 10 years.
They've been soft testing us for quite some time, They've been soft testing us for the last 15 years, give or take, where the credit card and now became a debit card. Now it's attached to your bank,
Mhm.
And then for protective measures because of identity theft and all this other stuff, I started putting computer chips in the cards so that this way there would be chip protection based on where you had your money in a particular bank, and wrap it all under one umbrella called Visa, MasterCard, and then let it go from there.
Exactly.
People didn't push back. There's no pushback as long as the damn card worked and it was accurate and giving you the numbers that belong to you. Other than that, no problem.
I've always said it this way, and I'm going to say that nobody understood what I said because I saw how things were headed, and I couldn't explain to people that they would understand. Other than to say the U.S. government has been for decades been testing how many people are sheep. How many people are asleep at the wheel going through motions and just don't pay attention to what is really going on?
Well, I mean, if you got situations like this going on or an isolated situation, such as a lot of these different stories, Daniel Robinson, Summer Wells, the list goes on. Cody Bigsby, Shanquella Robinson, these heartbreaking stories keeps us focused on that. We want to know what happened. We want to know where it happened. We want to know what the police are doing, what the investigation is about. Are they going to catch this guy? Have they caught him? The little isolated stories like that have occupied us, especially when it hits home, wherever everyone is from. These stories pop up in your area too. So who in the hell is going to have time to look at stuff such as what we've just covered here tonight? Not a lot of people. And no one can understand the politics because it's a different language like Latin. It's boring, but
And they did it that way on purpose.
And they did it that way on purpose, yeah. It's boring stuff. I never liked it. Didn't care for it. But when you're talking about people making decisions about how we live, how much we make, what we eat, what we wear, what jobs we have, and all that, I think it'd be a wise thing to pay attention. And then you find out what they're doing, and then you're looking at the record. Okay. This is what it's all about. Hell, I understand why they can't come together. Who came up with the idea of two parties? This side and that side, the left and the right, and conservatives and progressive. Where is all this language coming from? Can anybody explain to me? These are Americans, right? Yeah. Okay. So what is this? What is this shit?
Well, if you really want to know the truth about that, there's a book that's
They're like a married couple that never got along. So what is it? Well, everybody's the same. Are you sure? Just different ideas, ideologies, different thought processes. One believes in the welfare state while the other believes in free enterprise. Okay, all right. I'm starting to get a little handle on it, but okay. Having your own business, capitalism. Being taken care of when you can't, okay, but that's only for a time. It's only for a time. Temporarily, that makes sense, but not for life. Not for life. Then you have generation after generation after generation after generation feeding off of that which is on one side. And you've got another generation that comes after generation feeding off the capitalism, free enterprise, all that other stuff, business of your own. Be independent, self-sufficient on the other side. So when you have a clash going back and forth, where one side makes it harder for the other side to operate, then you've got this thing, one word, socialism, pops up. Oh, okay.
A lot of people try to look at politics as being left or right. But in honesty, it's a diamond shape. And what you really have is the both sides of an aisle of what somebody a hot topic political conversation or topic. It's that either persons are sitting at the bottom. If you can picture, I don't know, whatever you want to picture as an emblem, it's that people are sitting at the bottom or at the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not left or right. The left or right is that they wanted to take that and they turned it 90 degrees to make it seem like it's, you lean to the left or you lean to the right, but that's not what it is.
Mm.
You have other political stances that are within that. You have libertarianism, you have socialism, you have, and when you put all these pieces together, it's a diamond shape.
Yeah, like a baseball field.
And it's on a sliding scale that goes from the right to the left or sits in the middle. It can actually move up and down within that diamond as well. It's not a straight line.
Yeah, that's that tiptoe stuff.
Right, exactly. And well, that's that other political parties that I was mentioning a moment ago being represented in there. The reason I'm looking, I'm saying that is there is a book, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't find the title of it right this second.
Take your time. Take your time. I know when you've got a lot of books, it's hard to remember titles, especially when they're floating around your head. But yeah, and it's to make people aware. One of the things that we can do, the question is, what can we do about it from this justice? One of the things we can do is make people aware of really what's going on and where to continuously look. We're looking all over the place. We're looking up, down, in, out, left, right, through and through. Where did this stuff come from? And it's hard to look because, like I said, it's all not in one place. It didn't happen all of a sudden. It's like shattered glass. Happens here.
5,000 year leap.
What's that?
The book is the 5,000 year leap.
5,000 year leap?
Yes.
And who's the author?
Oh, of course you had to ask me that one.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I had the info. I Googled it and I took it off my screen, so I have to real quickly Google it again.
No, they're Lena. They're the blue hats. Democrats.
They've been around forever and a day, and they've always been trouble.
Yeah, they're the blue hats, Lena. That's why they wear blue ties and everything is blue, 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 red, white, and blue. Think about the flag.
W. Cleon Skousen, Skousen.
W. Cleon
Skousen, Skousen.
Okay. 5,000 year leap.
Mm-hmm. If you want to really understand American politics or politics in general, read that book because it will scare the crap out of you.
What I'm looking at is scaring the crap out of me.
It will scare the crap out of you.
Actually to see those words now vividly with the visual naked eye is scaring the crap out of everybody. What is going on here? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, wait a minute. They're talking about a WW3?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's all in there.
God, give me a break. I thought we were at peace. People leave each other the hell alone if you can't get along. Type shit.
Oh no. We can't do that. We have to meddle with each other and mess with each other, and to the point where there is no choice but to have a war with somebody else because of stupidity.
Yeah, and greed. One word for me is greed.
Yeah.
They're not going to be satisfied until they have it all. Not going to be satisfied until they get it all. And we see what they'll do to get it, no matter what. or how many lives it costs.
When you go,
and who in the matter of how those lives are expended at
if
all.
you do decide to read that book,
under various different narratives that they will call it.
If you do decide to read that book, there is a particular graph in there, and Humongous is saying, "I know that book." He's gonna know. He'll know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a graph in there which I'm talking about specifically when it describes how the politics of the world. It's in a diamond shape, and going from left to right is a line, and it has the American symbol, the American bald eagle, the presidential seal in it. And it explains that it really is not an issue of being left or right, even though that's the graph that they use to show which the way the United States leans.
Yeah.
This is actually turned 90 degrees sideways, and one side is pushing against the other, but it's really they're pushing in agreement.
Mm-hmm. They're pushing to become one.
They're pushing in agreement towards an agenda that is no good for anybody.
Yeah. Oh, think about it. All the problems we got, we're trying to make other people think like us and us think like them. Oh, no. All the stuff that we've got to deal with. We got to deal with somebody else's brain and their thinking and their way of life and their culture and everything else like that. It's sad that we can't have anything in our colleges to try to understand culture.
Mm-hmm.
Try to educate ourselves, being that we're not the only ones on the planet. And we have different cultures on the planet. Rather than oppose them and make them different, than ourselves, what's the commonality out of all of the cultures that are on the planet? Let's try to learn that. They don't touch that stuff. In fact, they're reinventing the educational system as we speak.
Oh, yeah.
It's an inclusion of what they think this should be about and feed it to us when they're doing something else. See, but to go back into history, you got to do it yourself. You've got to make the time out to do it so you truly understand who's telling you the truth and who's telling you some other stuff. That's not true. It's not true. America has changed. To me, America has changed in the last 20 years, 25 years, give or take, hands down, far faster than me growing up. Trying to figure this stuff out. Now I'm like, I look at it carefully because now it's affecting, parts of my life. It's affecting in a large way, a lot of everyone's lives. When you go to a job that's you enjoy doing, is one thing. To go to a job that you don't enjoy doing, but you got to make ends meet is another thing too. And then when full-time jobs used to put food on the table. Now you got to get several of them.
Right.
Not like before. You used to get benefits, profit sharing packages, perks when you worked for a company. Now you can't get that anymore. You're lucky if you can get health care. And they've outsourced that to say you got to get your own health care.
If you work for the right company, you still get those kind of things.
Well, if you work for IBM, Martin, some of these high-tech programs, Silicon Valley, all these other big shots out there, of course they're going to have packages.
I'm not a big shot in the work I do. I'm just the Joe Schmo type person. Okay. We have those options where I work, but I work for a well-established company that it likes to take care of its employees.
Now, is that company hooked into the healthcare field?
Yeah, of course.
There you go. There's your stability right there. And that's solid stability.
Right.
That's solid. Like the digital age, if you will. We're hooked into computers, we're hooked into phones, we're hooked into I mean, all kinds of things now that's becoming just as solid as healthcare, become as solid as real estate, become as solid as gold. Those solid markets won't change because they evolve, and they only change because they're keeping up with the times. They can only get better. The others that get left behind are not adapting to the change, which are volatile markets, unstable markets.
Just to give you I'm not going to, of course, I cannot mention what kind of, I can say it's related to healthcare, and that's about it. But I've worked my behind off, not only to know that, I really don't have, even though I do have some college background and so on and so forth, but I don't have the skilled labor set to be able to, be, at upper management and things like that. It's not my ability. But what I do and what I have realized is I do have a certain skill set that if I'm in the right position, right company, and this is why I work for the company that I work for, is that when they take care of us, because we are the front voice, we're the person that has all the customer contact with persons and within the industry, that we need to, they realize that they need to take care of us, so we're representing the company well to the customer.
Okay. Right.
So it's a shake of a hand type of deal. We're going to take care of you because you're our voice. You're our public contact. And if we don't take care of you, that's not going to be a good image on for our customer to see. But at the same time, it's like I put myself into a position that everybody needs healthcare, no matter what's going on in the economy, what's going on in the world. Everybody still needs healthcare.
Oh, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I'm not saying I have a 100% foolproof job, but I have a very well protected job.
Yeah, because it's rooted. It's rooted. You have to have healthcare. Anything attached to it is going to be held down by it. Definitely going to be held down by it. Like the insurance companies. You can't own a house, drive a car, or anything like that, without insurance. Something that's going to protect your investment, your asset, your property, so to speak. And it's like having any other kind of insurance that's going to protect you in the event something happens to you and you can't produce, you can't receive income. There's got to be an insurance in there somewhere. Obviously, if you live in America, you should know that. But to say the volatile markets that don't last, we've had supermarkets come in with one name and go out of business and change names. We've got a collapsing retail market right now where a lot of the retailers are being affected by the high end of inflation and everything. People are not coming out to go to McDonald's anymore. They say, look, I'm going to the store and see if
why would you
prices are, and go home and cook it my damn self,
Why exactly? Why would you go to McDonald's and pay $5 for a double cheeseburger? Honestly, I have no idea what the price is. I don't go to McDonald's. So,
oh my God.
Because they don't have food for that I would eat.
What they used to be.
Well, they don't have food I would eat. I don't eat fried fish, and I can make a salad at home that's far cheaper and healthier.
But you can bake fish, right?
Oh yeah, I cook fish, but I'm saying I don't eat fried fish from a fast food place.
Yeah, definitely stay away from the fried food. With all the vegetable and canola and whatever oil that they call the next one and everything, all that's synthetic stuff. I cook with olive oil. Have always cooked with olive oil.
Oh, so do
all
I.
that other monosodium glutamate and all this. You could go to the store. Oh my God.
MSG.
Go to the store and read a lot of the packages of the food that you're buying. You think you're buying food. The meat, dairy, produce. Okay. When you start to hit those bigger aisles and everything else like that, you got to start reading. You think you're going to the store for 10 minutes to pick up a couple of things. I suggest you take a little extra time to start reading the labels of these things.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
incredible how much chemicals are in them.
Oh yeah.
Chemically produced products.
Yeah.
It's
So
crazy.
like I don't mind going to Burger King and spending $15-$20 on a nice the veggie burgers that they actually have are actually quite good. Okay. Yes, I'm a pescatarian, folks. I don't eat red meat.
Okay. Hey, you got to survive. You got to live.
Okay,
Got to
so
eat something.
I occasionally do like French fries or onion rings, but the burger that they have, it's a black bean burger. It's actually really, really good. They did a very good job coming out with
Black
that.
bean. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Okay.
It's their vegetarian burger, whatever they call it. And I don't mind spending a little bit extra to go out somewhere to eat. Let's get that clear. But at the same time, you can make a double cheeseburger for less if you go to the store, buy the things that you're probably going to have for your
Oh
house
yeah.
anyway.
Yep.
And make it at home. Okay.
Yep.
A double cheeseburger, there's 10 slices of meat, 10 burger patties per 1 pound of meat in a double cheeseburger. Think about that.
Mm.
You can make 5 double cheeseburgers for less than what you can buy at McDonald's.
At McDonald's, yeah. But then again, like I said, you got to be careful on what you're buying. Ground beef is not ground beef, not unless it's made from 3 different types of meats, turkey, pork, and all that other stuff now. You think you get
the
full
pink
ground
meat.
beef.
Don't forget the pink meat.
And the pink meat, yeah, the ones that they color after, past the due date. It's the sell by date.
Let's
It's
not
crazy.
let's not discuss anybody that might be eating. But I know it's getting late for on the West Coast.
But I'm saying, you got to read these. You got to read the ingredients and the sodium and the sugars and all this other stuff. Stay away from sugar. Stay away from saccharin. Stay away from this. Stay away from that. We still got to read what the hell we're buying.
Yep.
And you got to buy the essentials now. Till the market lightens up, or we get blessed with a miracle, because we don't know how long this is going to last.
Yes,
we don't
exactly.
know what next year is going to bring, especially when it comes around November.
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea. And with all these people coming in through the border and everything, and how our nation's going to change people-wise, we can go to the store and, there's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different languages.
Right.
Like, okay, wait a minute. Slow down.
I would be very wary about Subway. It's actually being bought by the mother company that owns Hardee's. And they are going to go through a very weird transition this upcoming year.
I bet. He says, the $16 to $17 now, Subway foot long. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't touch fast food. I don't touch fast food. If ever I have to go anywhere near fast food, it's to get a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
It's to get a cup of coffee. That's it. If it's going to hold me over, when I get home, I call it. When I get home, I'm doing this because I like to prepare my food my way, not somebody else's way, my way. And I know that it's washed, it's cleaned, it's, the oil I'm using, if I'm using oil, the baking and all this other stuff, how much time the food is prepped and cooked. And I don't mind doing that. I never did. When my mother showed me how to cook, I stayed on it. First thing I had learned was French toast, scrambled eggs, the light stuff for breakfast and stuff like that. Not too many, not too much in terms of, toast and bread and bacon.
I learned how to cook, or started learning how to cook when I was younger than that. We started learning how to make bread.
Okay. Yeah, you had to. I'm glad my parents took the time out to show me. All I had to do is just stay in the kitchen long enough to see what my father liked. He could do steaks and burgers and do up his black eyed peas and collard greens and sweet potato pies and all that stuff. He's from Alabama, down from the South, so he's gonna cook Southern food. Mom's from Florida, also from Puerto Rico. So she's going to do her food. So you throw them together, and you got a good menu, so to speak. You know,
For
that you
40
can put
some
together.
for close to 40 years, I have never bought a loaf of bread except for when I was with my ex-wife. I have never bought a loaf of bread in a grocery store. I have always made bread.
Okay. See, there you go. Make your own bread.
Do you know how much cheaper it is to make bread at home? It costs you like $1. Less than $1.
If you feel you've got the time to do that, and like I said, we're all alike, but we're not alike. You know, we're all physically alike, but how we grew up, how we're raised, and our culture, our independent culture, if you will, teaches us to do one thing and one thing only. How to survive, how to do things independently for yourself, not to rely on a whole bunch of things outside yourself when you're capable and able to learn how to do those things inside for yourself. I mean, that's how I was born and raised and everything. And I'm sure that, mothers and fathers out there in the chat have done the same thing with their children. They teach from where it belongs. Start from the home before they get outside. Because when they get outside, they got a whole bunch of stuff to deal with. Same things we're talking about today.
Exactly. The
Same
skills
things
that
we're talking about today.
the skills that they had back in the Great Depression of how to make something, not only to make like $1 stretch or to make ends meet, okay, but the skills that they had to do something in the home for themselves is a lost art.
Yeah, it is. Now people
Because
people can't make ends wave at each other.
Right
More or
now,
less
we
try to
can't.
meet each other.
Most people, right? Most people nowadays couldn't go and have a loaf of bread without going to the store. Or you see all the time on YouTube or the shorts or whatever they are, whatever the platform, social media platform, you have these 20-something idiots, and yes, I do mean 20-something idiots that think you go to a grocery store and buy a pound of ground meat, that it doesn't come from an animal, but have an issue with somebody going out to hunt and then and either butcher it in themselves or take it to a butcher and paying $40 or $50 and or splitting it with somebody else and having a half of a cow or half of a deer or whatever that person's hunting at that season, sitting in the freezer to use. Now, if you can't tell, I'm not the political person that stands out in the street and screams PETA. Oh, I'm going to hit all the nails and hammers on this one, I swear. Who are frauds about animal rights and things like that. When an animal is put on this earth to serve man, and serving man is being used to be food for man. Yes, ladies, I do mean you as well. But it's become a lost skill. Everybody thinks you have to go to a specialty shop to do this, that, or the other. But doing for yourself, and as you were just saying in a moment ago, knowing how to survive.
That's the key. Is
the skill that everybody, this world is turning into, not only needing, but looked for in a person. Do you know how to work a screwdriver? Can you do a simple home repair? Can you bake a loaf of bread for yourself?
Yeah,
or your family.
What society has been taught and trained is instant gratification. it's far simpler and more convenient to have somebody else do it for you than for you to do it for yourself.
Hugh, I didn't say that.
That's been a huge mechanism for the market industry out there. Have it your way, but you can come to us for it.
Right. Exactly. Hugh, I didn't say all that to trigger you or anybody else, but it's the truth. We've lost those skills and we rely on somebody else an automated system for it.
You triggered him? Oh, Lord. Humongous is triggered. Oh, man.
The thing is, it's the truth, though.
Yeah. I mean, you got to learn something somehow. And one thing about learning is that you can always adapt. The one thing that goes along with the survival mechanism is adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Things change, you adapt.
Yes. However, you still have to have some basic self-preservation skills. Adapt with technology, adapt with how manufacturing is done, sure. But you still have to have those basic survival skills.
Y'all are having a good time in the chat. I see between D Love and Humongous D. Definitely. But, to have these discussions like RJ was talking about, yes, we have to. These are hard ones. They're not easy and they don't come every day. But when they do come, we've got to put the cards on the table. We have to call it out and call it what it is. Make sure everybody is aware of it so that they are mindful, vigilant of what's changing. It's not the totalitarian tiptoe anymore. This stuff is jumping in our face, and they're emboldened people out there that's throwing it out there. We don't care what you people think. We're going to do it anyway. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
One says you're not getting the money, and the other one's behind closed doors giving them a check.
I had talked to somebody, and I'm going to say it this way. It's a bless her heart story.
Right, Miss Justice. Be helpful, not helpless. You got it.
She did not know how to go into her, as she said, husband's garage and operate a simple air compressor. Hose was already attached. All she had to do was attach the nozzle and press the trigger. She didn't know how to operate that. It dumbfounds me. And I'm Miss Justice or any other ladies that are in here. I'm not saying, pointing out anybody in particular, but what Miss Justice is saying is right. Be helpful, not helpless. If you're in a situation where, I'm not saying you have to know how to change a tire, but to have the simple understanding of what tool is the most basic understanding of how to operate a tool, like an air compressor, so you can use it to take care of a problem that she was having.
I dropped the link one more again for a little bit more time. For anyone that would like to come up, share your thoughts about tonight's live, the previous live, ask about even upcoming lives. I talked to you about us getting back to work with the Daniel Robinson case, and we're coming around the corner with that. Just got to make time for it. When I do, it'll be posted, and I'll try to do it at least 48 hours in advance so that hopefully, y'all get the notifications. Seems like YouTube is not paying attention to my channel, or they are paying attention to my channel and not sending them out on time. Most people don't get notifications and they're posting it in comments. And I'm going, what? You didn't get my notification? Oh, damn. Okay. Maybe I'm saying something that they don't like,
Humongous.
Maybe we're sharing certain perspectives that's slow his channel down.
Humongous. I actually agree with you, but I'm saying you don't have to with services like AAA, you don't have to change the tire, but have the knowledge of if you're in an area where they're saying it's going to take 2.5 hours to get to you instead of like a half an hour, be able to do so. Be able to use tools properly to do so is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just have the basic knowledge of how to use tools.
Yeah. And, for females, the car should be equipped with the kind of tools that would complement the driver, so to speak. So if you're female, there should be tools in the car to complement the driver, the female, versus, spare tires, the jack and the crowbar and the plate, this plate under that plate. And, now the tire to get it out the trunk and all this. There's a lot going on with that, but, it should always complement the driver. So female driving cars should understand and know how to use certain tools that complement a female working with those tools. Certain jacks are better for females than others, so. And that's what I say. If you're going to prepare right, that's the best way to do it. Miss Angel, welcome back. Welcome back. So, I dropped the link in there one more again, for anyone who'd like to jump up and, say hello. Give us your thoughts on tonight's live, previous live, or upcoming lives. I like to come on here and talk because I don't come on all the time, but this story has got me, pretty much glued on the developments on everyday basis. So like I said, if something new pops up and there's another turn around the corner that we need to know, I'm going to post it just to make you aware, vigilant. Hey, keep your eye on this, just so that you stay where the information is. You stay where the information is, because everybody else can talk about other content creators, other stories, and all that other stuff. It's fine. I've taken a stretch from the independent cases that I cover on my channel just to go from micro, which those cases are, to a macro level. This is the first time I've ever done it. And then expressing, some of my viewpoints and observations from it. And that's what I decided to do this time around, rather than the isolated situations concerning casework. I said this was a big one. I knew I had to do at least some deep homework because I was looking to attach certain things, connect the dots. And when you see what we've laid out here tonight, there's a lot of dots to connect, timelines to connect, events to connect, actions people took, and results that were produced out of those actions. And so far, between good for us, bad for us, we're in a bad state. This is not good. And that's how you can best come to your conclusions real quick. Is this good or bad? That's it. We don't have to understand politics. Just is it good or bad? And then you can go from there and then stay vigilant with that information and follow up on the information, because things are changing like you would not believe. They're working on so many different things coming at us. We can't even breathe right. We can't breathe right. Miss Angel, welcome on the panel.
Hello, how are you?
How are you?
I'm
Good. I'm glad you can join us. I know that this has been a big step away from the cases that I normally cover, but this one's got my attention. I said, wait a minute, this is far different. I said, gotta cover it. I gotta cover it. And so tonight was part 2 of part 1 from the last live that I've done. I may have a part 3 coming around. I want to wait the next couple of days. We're going to be getting into next week, which is a very important week. We know that our spending bill should be wrapped up, which I don't think they're going to make the October 1st deadline. That's going to have an effect on us. Not anything in politics, but on us. When they start closing and shutting down services and they have to resort to emergency services, well, it's going to unfold. We're going to see how good our government is. And we're going to know who's going to be doing their job and who's not. So far, bad report card. Bad report card right now. Never had a president like this, ever. Ever.
Bad report card. Look, this
F all the way down this run. It's
no,
it's full blown F.
This is beyond F. Okay, this is fell off the scale F minus. We're in negative numbers for test grades.
Oh man, what letter could you put? Past D.
Well, never come back again.
you know, how does this get fixed?
Instead of the Monopoly card, go to jail, go directly to jail. It's go to nursing home, go directly to nursing home. Do not pass go.
Yeah, this was swelling up for quite some time. And it only takes me back. It only takes me back to say, okay, 2.5 years ago, let me see what cases fell under this jurisdiction, timeline jurisdiction. Shinquella Robinson's case does. And this is where Mexico was dropping the balls. Hey, look, we don't have no time for that case. We got people coming through. And they're headed toward the border. Shinquella's what, 11 months? Almost a year. Well, damn, it's going to be a year by the end of October, 12 months. But yet these people have been coming for the last 2.5 years. The guy told us tonight on the news report, he spent a month getting from where he was just to get to the border.
Yeah, they had that big surge in San Diego. That's my hometown, so they had that
man,
surge, that same kind of surge up through San Diego. I don't know what the hell is going on in Mexico, but it is just got people driving up out of there.
But Tijuana is supposed to be paradise.
That's supposed to be.
No, it's not. It's parts of it are, but Cabo, places like that, that's the paradise.
You have to forgive me. I'm not geographically the most brilliant person. I just know Tijuana is right by San Diego.
Yes, it is across the. I mean, like just minutes across the border. It's the border town, so it's like half military, half border patrol type thing. And yeah, there is this sudden surge. There's things going on in Mexico's pretty bad. Cabo is designed to be a resort of paradise. Millions of people come to Cabo. I mean, college students and all. I mean, it's a big popular party place. As you know, there are celebrities that go there. I mean, it's built for that. But Tijuana itself, it's you got to see it to believe it. It's definitely different. It's not what you think. When you get to the border crossing, especially if you walk on foot, that will give you a view of what's going on. But then you get to the strip, Revolucion, and it's party city. It's just nothing but bars and clubs and things like that. Choose your poison. And it's very inexpensive. It's inexpensive to eat there, but there's danger there. There are things, if you go off the beaten path, there are things that you yeah, it's not an easy town. Let's just put it that way. So I'm wondering what has happened to see this surge. Something happened in Mexico.
Yeah.
Something happened over there that's got these people surging up out of there.
I'm going to put it this way: is next year when I go on vacation next year, I'm actually for my birthday going to go take a cruise to see Alaska. And the only options right now, because of how bad Mexico has gotten, And it's not just on the east side, but it's on the west side as well. You now have travel cities that the cruise lines will not depart from or go to.
Mazatlan might be one of them.
Right. It's like in order to go to see Alaska, you either have to get a cruise in San Diego or the LA area, San Francisco area, or you have to go all up to Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
They will. There used to be stops and locations that you can get on the cruise in Mexico, and they will not do that any longer.
No, they more or less go up to San Diego, maybe Long Beach, but then back down towards Mazatlan and all these places, Panama, and all that.
Right.
It depends on, they go south.
Wow. Yeah, Tijuana's right here.
Yeah, they will not start a cruise or have a destination on a cruise line anywhere in Mexico any longer. I think it's on the West Coast. It's anywhere on the West Coast, and then on the East Coast, it's anything all the way down to and including Belize.
Yeah, Belize is not really. It's not. It's a African.
Well, no, I'm saying it just in the Gulf area itself.
Yeah, it's a. Yeah, because there's a lot of things going on down there. You have to understand this is a cartel-run town.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. And so when you take a look,
I think that's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, when you can take a look at the South American continent, there's just so many different ports that people from other countries have access to.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Argentina, very big port. Chile.
Once you get past Mexico, I think things kind of calm down just a little bit.
I was going to say, I think it's just pretty much once you get past Venezuela, it gets calm.
Yeah, because it narrows. Yeah, because it narrows into Panama. This is where calmness. People on these shorelines here, can obviously, forget the land. We grab a boat to get here to this point, and or just travel up to Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica.
Mm-hmm.
And so on and so forth, up until they can get to a port in Mexico, up until they can get a port, a shore port in Mexico, Guadalajara, then they don't have to travel as far because it's right here. Phoenix, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, San Diego. Because once they get up into San Diego, California is taking over. Phoenix, we can go north of that. You got Las Vegas, Colorado. They're starting to show up in Colorado. Albuquerque, New Mexico is another thing. Oklahoma, out of Dallas. Arkansas, out of Dallas. Yeah, Dallas is hooked all over the damn place over here. And soon we'll start to hear folks from Louisiana, Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah.
You can't go to Alabama.
Yeah, well, I mean, to a degree, but they're starting to go north.
The states are smaller as you go in this direction. So,
yeah, because you've got New York.
They can. Yeah, they're starting to show up in New York.
Well, what I'm referring to is that the law that Alabama passed a few years ago, from what I understand, it's still a standing law.
Chicago.
That they can't find work there.
Chicago. Going to these metropolitan cities because that's where the jobs are. That's where the work is. That's why they're headed. That's why they're headed in these directions. Got to go where the money is.
But if you think about it, it's more or less like they're trying to improve their lives. I mean, people risk their lives. They've been coming over, from over there. But this surge, when you see a surge like this, things are really bad.
Yeah.
The economy cannot handle the surge that we're seeing. It's not sustainable. if it was done in like prior to the Title IV being destroyed, and it was done in a controlled way, economy could survive. Economy, because it's not just we're going to send you 500,000 people tomorrow, and then the next day we're going to send you another 400,000 people. And yes, I'm using exaggerated numbers to make my point, but still, you're overloading a city, an economy in a city that it doesn't have sustainability. It doesn't have the jobs to help people have income. And that causes economic collapse.
Yeah,
You can.
absolutely. Because it puts a strain on the strain that we're already having, with our economy. But I agree with what Hugh said. I don't blame them for coming, because their country is not producing anything. I mean, it produce sugar and weed, let's see, drugs and all this other stuff, but that's well outside their market, well outside the market. So what do you trade with? What are the jobs? All you're going to get is slave wage jobs down there. So if they come to America, they got a better chance on sending back money because the money conversion is different. I think the 1 to 7 or something like that in money conversion.
Mm-hmm.
Or whether they use pesos or whatever have you. For every $1 here is $7 in their money. So it's like, okay, well, it's far better for me to go to the United States and send money back to the country so that the family can eat. Common sense, yeah. I mean, that makes
More or
sense.
less,
You can't
the
blame them.
family can come over as well.
And
So,
vice versa, correct.
yeah. So, I mean, the economy is not the problem, it's the violence.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got territories that have been
No one
cartels.
wants to live like that. It's not safe for your family.
Yeah, definitely. Why stay in a neighborhood where, you won't last?
Right. That's what it's really about.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm saying something bad must have really happened in the controlling world because people are flying up out of there. When you see surges like this, again, I say it's something going on. It's something dangerous happening. I'll say it like that.
Yeah.
It's actually been.
Allegedly, because I'm something's going on over there.
I don't think you have to say allegedly. You can outright say that the cartels are in the middle of a war, and politics is in the middle of this war.
Yeah.
And depending on what region you go to, you have different laws. You have different the cartel connection, and everything gets applied differently. Because of that, it's an ugly situation. I don't think you have to say an allegedly that because that is what is going on.
Yeah, that's what's happening now. It is definitely in our
There's
face.
probably some mass violence right now, and people are just trying to get out and save their families. And that's always kind of been the case, especially when you see a surge like this. You're always going to have somebody trying to run over. But when you see surges like this, something really bad is happening. And it's really sad because the place has so much potential. They do have they have decent work there. It's just that right now it's and as it always it must like I said, the violence must have peaked again. This is why you see these surges, and it's really sad. When I seen the first part that you did, I seen a part of it. I I kind of figured something was going on over there that is causing people to leave. They're not gonna it's a place where you want to leave behind because you have a family. If you are in some sort of position, you probably have to be very careful. Um, there's been oof, over the time. I mean, I grew up in San Diego, so it's been a lot of seeing this happening over and over again. Just the whole something kicking up. So it's like uh, takeovers and things like that. This is not like a regular like here. There's laws. There's laws there, but not yeah, it's under a certain type of law. And it's unfortunate because it's like there's a lot of hungry people who want they don't mind working and they want to take care of their families. So they're gonna go. It's like here when we want to get away, we work to get away from the hood. Let's just keep it 100. And we don't want to be there because we know what's there. We know that we have families, we have children. We need to raise them in a place where they're safe, where they can go outside and play and not have to worry about it.
Right.
We still have to watch them, but I mean, you've got, let's just, we hear the violence here, but in Mexico, that's a everyday thing. Have you
Oh,
guys ever
absolutely.
watched that movie, The Purge Forever? I know it's a nasty little movie, but have you ever seen it?
I've
No.
not seen it,
What
but
is it on that?
I know what it's about.
Yeah. So there's a girl there in the movie who they're on the roof. She's looking through a rifle and she's saying, watching these people do what they do. And the guy was asking her, the guard that was guarding the people who don't want to participate, he was asking her, how did you learn how to handle the gun? Not knowing she was a person that would save people down there and she left for a reason. But, they were listening to the gunfire and he's like, how does someone get used to this? And she's like, this is everyday occurrence in our lives. This is everyday occurrence.
Mm.
And if you listen to the background, it's just nonstop gunfire, like World War III. Like,
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, it says a lot, her saying that, it, and it's true. There's always, if you live close enough to the border, you can hear it. Yeah. Without being, on the San Diego side of the border, you can hear it at night. It gets, rat-a-tat-tat all night long. And it's like, wow, you think about a world like that. Who wants to raise their kids there where you can't,
Mhm.
like you said, can barely survive?
Well,
So, this is really sad. Knowing this and seeing this push and surge, I know what's happening, and it I have an idea what's happening. I'll say that.
And
And
yes, sir.
And I do as well.
Yeah.
I despite what people may think, and I'm not saying you specifically or anything like that. I grew up in the Philadelphia metro area in the
okay.
in the 80s and early 90s.
Hmm.
And I was in the Philadelphia metro area until I graduated high school. I will tell you 110% that without a shadow of doubt, what I saw was worse than what happened in what you heard about in the news happening in Compton, California.
Yeah.
I remember many occasions when I was a child that the police would come through, clear out our playground area because they were chasing a person that was known to be carrying either a knife or a gun, and they wanted to make sure that there was no kids going to end up being a hostage or a
Yeah.
hostage situation. I've seen where people would get pew-pewed on, and it was like it was a normal occurrence.
Yes.
It's, and I'm not going to say that I understand the grand scale of almost a whole entire nation being on the edge of a civil war, which is what I would really categorize Mexico as being. But it's not a way of living; it's a way of surviving.
There you
If
go.
you get out of these neighborhoods and into a decent neighborhood that will accept you into their neighborhood, you are lucky to survive.
Hmm.
That's right. I mean,
And
that's the basic foundation, is these people that are coming into our country are using their survival mechanism.
yes,
We all have it. We're born with it. It's inbred. This is who we are, and when it's good for you, bad for you, and when it's bad for you, you're looking for the good, you got to find the good.
yeah.
You're going to go to the good because you want
Whatever,
to have the good, and it makes sense. How you
whatever.
doing, Laura? Laura Croft is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sticking around because this subject title that we're talking about here tonight on tonight's live is huge. This is historic. Another historic moment next to the other moments that we did have in this country. As big as September 11th. As big as all of the other mentioned categories. And I said, well, I got to cover this. I got to really get in through this news and then dig into some research myself, because this is starting to look like it's linking up. This is a link up somewhere, and then to link it up over time, as I stated before, actions of certain individuals, timelines of that, what actions did they take, what was the results of their actions and everything. All now it's easy for me to take a look and kind of get an idea as to the reason why. And not only that, who's enriching themselves from it, who's benefiting, who's
Right.
raking it in.
Yeah.
Why would we want a war with another country when they're off to themselves? Hey, look, y'all can't mind your own business? No, well, we got interest over here. And I drew out on the map in our last live where the U.S. interest is as compared to other nation states, both east and west. And you should see where we are. It's crazy, but yet it's not spoken about on mainstream media.
It's not.
Like I said, this is going from the micro, isolated incidences, case-wise, casework that I do, to a macro, taking a look at the whole picture and seeing what's going on. And when this jumped out, I said, no, this is not an isolated incident.
No.
This is starting to multiply fast.
Yeah.
Not into one state, not into a city, not into a county, but just down a neighborhood. This is coming into other states. And when New York got hit, we got 113,000 and growing, and they're building shelters, what are the 208 temporary shelters for now. Winter's coming. So are more people. So are more people. Winter will be here in a couple of months. Couple of months. We just stepped into fall. Shit. What? Today's the 22nd. Yesterday was fall. Right?
Yeah.
Right. The leaves on the trees are starting to turn.
They've already
These
been
people are
starting
coming
to
up
turn
here
here.
fast because they want to beat winter getting up here. Then we turn into a new year cycle. The first quarter, hence. Where are we now? High inflation is killing every single one of us.
Yeah.
We were energy independent just 2.5 years ago.
And the inflation rate was really low.
$2.30 for gas. Now take a look at the pump. What does it say? They cut that line out. Undid it. That was the dumbest that was the dumbest thing. I mean, I don't want to get into my grits. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen anybody do. I said, why would you do that? We're supposed to be producers too. But no, they cut that. Now we got to pay for it at the pump. Here, take a look at food prices. Now we got to pay for that.
Oh my God, I don't want to talk
That
about
for
that.
clothes. Clothes are not even manufactured here in the United States. Barely. They're outsourced. Now companies from outside the United States are importing stuff. U.S. companies are importing the products, services, and goods that we have to pay for at a higher rate.
Yep.
I'm just glad where I live now, they've completely cut the taxes on food.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's no tax relief. You would figure, let's give the people some tax relief.
That would work big time.
I mean, big time, huge.
And they need to put a cap on the gas. Well, where
Yeah,
I'm at, I don't complain much because the gas is inexpensive compared to the rest of the world.
absolutely.
I don't know why that is, but it's beautiful and I love it. I'm not complaining.
You
I
know,
do
Yeah.
see a
I,
surge of people coming down here where I'm at now. And I'm telling you, it's if you've got a family, it's so much more easier. Um, lot more opportunity from what I see. Some people may disagree, but if you look, it's there. But yeah, a lot of people are coming down here to the south. It's a lot more cheaper down here. Gas is like insanely cheap, and I'm glad. And I hope nobody hears me say that so they don't raise it. But you know what I'm
Chesterbrook,
saying?
well,
Chesterbrook, Pennsylvania. Dartmouth was voted the best place to live to raise a family in the United States in the fifth year in a row.
And look
And
how
I appreciate your comment, Dart. Good to see you and good to have you here tonight in tonight's live.
Dartmouth, I'm not trying to trash the Philadelphia metro area. I'm talking what it was in the 80s and the 90s when I was making my point. I lived in bad neighborhoods, like really bad neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I lived, put it this way, the people, they stayed in these neighborhoods, not because they wanted to stay in the neighborhoods. It's they couldn't, even in the 80s and 90s, couldn't afford to move out of those neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's the East Coast, from what I understand, is very high as
Yeah.
far as just
But
rent.
I'm still even talking 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Back when, I have no other way of being able to explain this, but to say it this way, back when the police had a very strong hold on the area. There was a commissioner back then. I don't remember his last name, but they called the police the Frank's Gestapo because he was the commissioner of the police. The guy's name was Frank, and they called it Frank's Gestapo. But it was not a good situation to be in. It's still in Philadelphia. It still is not a good situation to be in. And I'm not talking about like, you have this neighborhood that moved from one area to the other because time and gentrification and things like that. It's just bad in some areas. Like when I'm telling you that, about an incident that just comes to the top of my mind about the being chased from the police from a playground and that being a weekly occurrence, I'm not joking.
Now,
That was normal.
now take that and times that by 10, maybe 20, and instead of one state or area, look at the whole country.
Yeah.
This is what you have.
Oh no,
And
no.
I'm not speaking ill on Mexico. It has its beautiful places. It has its beautiful moments. Once you get past the war zones, it's a beautiful place to go and visit. But again, people have to remember the rules here do not apply there. It's a different country.
And
It's a
vice
different,
versa. When they come
yeah,
here, they have to realize the rules are different here.
right.
And they have to comply with the rules that are here and not act as if they are still in Mexico. And that's part of the problem that is going on.
I will have to disagree with you a little bit. A lot of it is discrimination, especially certain types of border towns and areas. I'm not going to mention it, but we know.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it is discrimination.
Oh, I'm not pretending.
Language barrier. Language barrier.
I'm not pretending
They
that isn't
go,
part of the
yeah.
problem. I'm not pretending or ignoring that that is part of the problem. I'm still saying there's the systemic issue that some people will try to make it out to being, that the problem is the United States, isn't necessarily the real problem. It's that they have to adjust to having the freedoms that we have here, and learn how to act in accord with having those freedoms. Even though we have the freedoms that we have that Mexico does not have, there's still a high level of accountability that they have to hold themselves to.
And they do. A lot of them do. They will study. They take ESL classes. They will study. They know. It's just that when you live in a world that is so frightening, uh, you it's like not Stockholm's. It's like you hear a loud noise, you crawl in the corner type thing. You
Mhm.
know,
Almost like
it's
a
shock.
PTSD.
Yes, yes, because it's quiet.
It's
It's
kind of
not
like
that.
being shell shocked, is what it is.
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
a lot of that, and it's. I mean, it's sort of commonplace, and it shouldn't. And this is not to, like, again, you know, discredit Mexico, but the truth is what it is. Everybody
Right.
knows it.
And I
And
and I and I bring up this background here because it was brought up. RJ brought it up in our last live 2 days ago. Ellis Island, the port
oh,
of immigration and naturalization, started here back in the early 1900s, when people used to come through to America uh, to work, to live. They came here to this island outside of Manhattan. Why didn't they use this? You have no idea. However, this is more of a museum than it is an actual active processing place that they could have chose
Right.
to make sure that the migration into New York City should have actually came here.
Well,
Hence, we're not in the 1900s anymore, but
right.
this was the old place where they were processed from Italy, from the UK, from all over the country, all over the globe. This is the place where they came.
Right. And the important thing to understand about Ellis Island, and remember Ellis Island being specifically used, was that you had the time where you were dealing with Black Plague, influenza. Okay, it might be
Oh
off.
yeah, chicken pox and all that other stuff.
And you had to screen people for health concerns. And
Yes,
putting them on Ellis Island was an ideal condition.
absolutely. Just take a look here for a second. See how isolated this island is? Look at this. Nothing. It's surrounded by a body of water, Manhattan Harbor, right here.
Not saying the conditions were great, but it was still an ideal condition. And my whole thing is, why don't we create something like an Ellis Island? It doesn't have to be an island like Ellis Island. The conditions can obviously be so much better. And private companies can invest into building a community where they have the items that are within the United States. They can start learning trades. They can start having jobs, or building a resume that's provable in the United States.
now
And
see, here's where let me interject just for a minute. You have to understand, they people have the same trades and everything that we have here. Um, okay, maybe they're not licensed, quote unquote, but they have the same kind of what we have here, they have there. It's just things are not regulated.
But that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. We have trades and things like that that are have certifications and programs that they have to meet. They have to understand regulations and so on and so forth.
Right.
Build a community or a small city or a town. Put people in these locations again, better conditions than Ellis Island. You know, they can have jobs, they can have a place to live, or rent a place to live at a a controlled rate, not an exorbitant rate where somebody's taking advantage of a person. And allow them to prove that they're going to be profitable to the United States and not be somebody that is going to be a negative or a drain on the United States.
Right.
Also gives them, the United States, time to run a extensive background, as Hugh Mungus was saying, that we have a problem with some of the citizens that are supposed to be upright citizens coming across the border that are turning around and red rum people that are legally here in the United States. Doing this would give an opportunity to weed out people. You're going to be here for the United States to be an asset, not a detriment, as Humongous just said. And we can say, get out of our country if we find you to be a detriment. And if you're going to be an asset to the United States, welcome to the United States.
Right.
Here's your green card. You've proven that you want to be here and are worthy of this.
Right. And that once again goes back to a time process. You know, it has to be done, one, now, and two, it's got to be done right. And it's got to be done by the right people, having a mechanism that's in place to be done correctly. And lo and behold, I mean, everybody can be at least happy. You know, they get their freedom from wherever they're coming from to be a part of a country that has oil of the blessings of that the other countries don't have. You know, the ability to not only survive, but to work, to earn, to provide for self, family, and the country, and pay taxes, just like every single one of us has. You know, make their contributions to the country and be one of it. One of the aspects that, you know, I would think, you know, could help. And two, go back to being a country that produces things, manufactures things, builds things. Let the other countries, like they used to, come to our country and purchase our products. Why are we getting everything from a foreign country? You know, there's a shortcut
A lot
stuff.
of the companies that used to be here are in other countries now.
Yeah, exactly.
There are some
They
nations.
outsourced it to American countries that have moved to other countries, and then through the tariffs and the exports, send those goods and services back to us at almost 6 times the tariff charge. So we pay higher prices. We pay higher prices from the same American countries working outside the United States. When they used to be here and we used to pay, okay, you get the manufacturing costs, you get wholesale costs, and then you go to retail.
There are some nations in the world that will
No
give
delivery
somebody
charge, you know, and all this other extra third-party shit. That's too much, but that's the way they've designed it.
There are
That's
some
the way
nations.
they had designed it.
There are
You
some
know?
nations in the world that will go ahead and give somebody a naturalized citizen, whatever version of green card it is for them, that if they enlist in their military, they fight for that nation for 1 year or whatever the term is, they automatically become a citizen of their country.
Right.
Why can't we offer that to the 18-year-olds? You're going to go ahead and come into our country. You're going to go and enlist in our military. You're going to learn a craft while you're in military.
Oh, yeah.
And after, 1 year, 3 years, whatever the term may be, congratulations, you're an American.
There you go.
You're a United States citizen.
Which can help in making a contribution to help produce. Because when you can produce, then it's better that way. It's better for everybody.
That's exactly my point.
Mm-hmm. Value production. Value production. That's what this country was built on. Value production. 13 colonies to start, and then the rest grew over time. Each state, designated state, out of that colonization in early American history, made contributions. That's how we grew. Look where Hawaii is. You think that should be a part of the United States, but it is. Look where Alaska is. Alaska
They were
also makes a
strategic
contribution
buys.
to the United States.
They were very strategic purchases.
Yeah, you know.
But they were military strategic purchases.
No, exactly. Definitely. Definitely, you know. So, and when you can make that kind of a contribution, everybody wins. Everybody wins.
Right.
When you break it up and you send this one over here, you send that one over there, you send it, what's here? What's left? Unemployment skyrockets. Where's the jobs? Not McDonald's, Burger King and White Castles and all that other stuff. Not those jobs. We're not talking about those jobs. We're talking about manufacturing jobs. Look what's going on with the auto industry. Those folks are looking for a raise. They're looking for the right wage to work. They want to work.
McDonald's and Burger King and those kind of places, they're a great place if you're a teenager.
If you want to learn a food retail establishment, absolutely a great education and a great place to work.
If you're a teenager or you're a professional that doesn't have like a great high pay scale, and you need to pick up a second job to supplement that payment that you're already getting from your primary job.
Hey,
that's what those fast food places are great for.
Don't be surprised, RJ. And now that you mention it, don't be surprised. You see a lot of these people enter those jobs. Yeah, you drive up to the window and bingo.
I don't drive, so I don't have to worry about that.
I'm just saying, you know, you go get your food and, you know, they're there for the open door jobs and they're hiring. They're hiring in these places. They're looking for workers, but the wages are not on par. That's all. Well, for the people that have been living here,
they're paying $15 an hour.
What's that?
I was going to say, for the lack of having a skill set, they're paying very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, zero experience all the way around the board. I get it. Yeah.
Right.
Like I said, it's a good place to start if you want to learn that business and grow into a business for yourself. That's where the concept and idea of franchising came out of.
Depending on what state you're living in, you know, you're getting paid $10, $12, $15 an hour to start of having zero skill set.
Yeah.
I hope she comes right back.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Angel. Yeah, she dropped off. Let me drop the link one more again. And this is a great conversation for us, you know, all to bear down on. I'm glad that in one way, I'm glad, you know, that we can have this conversation now. Put it out in the open, because this is about getting the information and staying vigilant as to how our country is changing.
And not only that,
our
but
economy is changing, you know.
But not only that, but spitballing ideas that is beneficial to our country instead of being that detriment, that negative asset.
Yeah. Yeah. Caught in the dark.
Right. That for some reason our politicians are not foreseeing.
That's what they're called.
Well,
that's what they're called.
Well,
damn, you know, they used to call those guys robber barons.
That might be a more appropriate phrase.
You know, now they're out in the open. They're wearing, you know, suits and smoking these thick ass Cuban cigars and, you know, dress up in $5,000 suits, $2,000 shoes, shirt and tie, and, you know, well-groomed haircuts and everything else like that. They don't carry attaché cases like James Bond used to.
A shyster?
Yeah, I don't know. There'd be some kind of character, but we used to call them, what are they, carpetbaggers?
Carpetbaggers, shysters, ambulance chasers.
Con something. Con something.
Yeah, something like
There's
that.
going to be a new word coming out of there. Con something. We got Congress. We already got con there, so that's it. Where else can we look? But this is out in our face, and the American public doesn't really need to be treated this way at all. But it seems like we're paying a big high price for the thinking ideology of other people who are also American too. Maybe some of that are, some that aren't. Who knows? That have their hands on the levers. They got their hands on the levers. They want something to happen. They can make it happen. This is all manufactured. This is an operation.
Lena has it right.
Crazy proportion.
Lena has it right.
Who?
Lena in the chat. She has it right, or he has it right. I apologize. I don't know
Yeah,
what gender
they
you
don't
are.
want us to know. They don't want us to know nothing.
Right.
No, keep your head down. Stay to your isolated cases on YouTube. Argue, bitch, moan, and groan about all the everyday issues and shit like that. Just mind your business. Go about your business. Don't worry about it. This doesn't concern you, even though it does. But it doesn't concern you directly. But it does. But it doesn't concern you directly.
But you can't know what's in it until you pass it.
Yeah, exactly. On a Pelosi, right? The Obama healthcare bill. Oh well, we can't know what's in it until we pass it. We got to pass it first in order to know what's in it.
And that lies the problem.
Wait a minute. And all the pork and fat that was up in that bill, forget about it.
Thank you, Lena. I do apologize. So no, I'm going to go to bed in a moment because I got to be up for work in tomorrow morning. In just
I thought the bed was going to go with
7
you.
hours.
I thought the bed was going to go with you, not you go to bed. The bed was going to go with you.
It's about to be a sleeping bag moment, and it comes crawling up on me. But look, the problem still is the Wizard of Oz moment.
I knew you were going to bring that up.
But it's the truth.
But it is. It is. I'm not debating you. It is. It is a good analogy.
We want you to pay attention what's going on over in left field. But behind the dugout, and forgive me, I'm using sports analogies. Behind home plate and behind the umpire, where the controller is sitting and making you look at the opposite direction of what's going on and what you really need to be paying attention to. We're talking about the UN Agenda 21 and everything that's going on and what the UN plans for that. But you have all these other distractions that are going on. 99%. I'm going to step on it. I'm sorry, John. I'm going to step on it.
Go ahead.
99% of the social issues that you see going on and being talked about in the news and even on YouTube is nothing but a distraction.
Amen. You stepped right on it.
Oh, I stepped on it. I didn't I jumped on that one. I'm sorry.
Like when the lights come on, the roaches scatter. Yeah, you stepped right on it.
Okay. You have to. You when you get down to the brass tacks of what it is, 99% of what you hear about in the news is a distraction to what is really going on. There's a reason that a lot of if you look at today's news, or if you look at the history of news that comes out on Fridays in general, it's almost always overlooked information, and it's usually not good information. They don't want you. They're putting it out there so in real time reality, but they're doing so in a manner that everybody's not going to pay attention because they're more worried and concerned about what their plans are for Friday night or Saturday versus what is going on in that is affecting everybody's life in a scale that they cannot imagine.
Yeah, I agree. And we can see it now. And now it's you take a look today, and now where we're going to be tomorrow. It's happening that fast. Where's tomorrow going to take us? You know, we're headed toward the deadline to a spending bill for this country by the end of next week. You know, is that going to turn into some shit too?
Mm-hmm.
Being that they're behind, is that going to turn into another compound to what's already been compounded?
Oh yeah.
You know, finger pointing, blaming. You know, like the shit on YouTube, finger pointing and blaming. You know, this content creator, that one, this one, that one, this one, that one. You know, is our government turning into YouTube? Think about it. Just an analogy. You know,
Andy
is our government
Warhol
turning into a YouTube channel. You know,
Andy Warhol, back when he was alive and making his art, says that art imitates life. But as time has passed, the opposite has happened. Life has started to imitate art.
Yeah, and like I said, we're the movie now.
Yes.
We are the movie.
Yes.
It's not something on Netflix. It's not something in theaters near you. We're it.
Right. And I'm glad you're saying that about movies and things like that, because that's exactly where I was going. The movie V for Vendetta had an amazing point that it really is the main message of the whole entire movie. The moment you stop fearing government is the moment that, and you question government, is the moment that government fears you.
Yep. Absolutely.
And
absolutely. Not
and that's what all of this, and that's what all of this wraps up to be.
And this is where being vocal about it comes into play. And we have to. Like I said, good for me, bad for me. Easy decision. You know, it's one out of the two. We wanted good for us. So if it's not good for us, it's bad for us. We got to say something about it. These people are servants to the public in which they serve.
Yep.
Not the other way around.
And the
now that
government
I'm in
knows,
office, now I can do my own shit. No.
The government knows that the government knows that the people are a sheep. Two, they are asleep at the wheel. They're not paying attention, and that government can get away with almost anything.
Yeah.
Because it punishes those that question now. They know they have the power and ability to punish those who question.
Yep. Those that come over the border illegally. I think Governor Abbott said this, and he kind of struck a chord with me. And I said, "Oh, really? Those that come over the border illegally and this, that, and the other thing, if they don't shine out, we're gonna make their illegal crossing a felony. Now, obviously, they're gonna throw them in jail. Well, you got to build jails now. Those are the new jobs coming up. You can hardly keep the ones you got open. Yeah, they're crawling out. We just came out of a story with that guy in Pennsylvania. 14 days, hide and go seek with the law enforcement before they caught him. A dog got him. Are we actually really waiting for Toto to pull the curtain open so that we could see who's behind this curtain? I'm not waiting for no damn Toto.
You can't wait for Toto.
No,
You've got to yank it open now.
We gotta keep our eyes and put our mind on this. This is going to affect us. It's already affecting us just starting out the gate. Where are we going to be in 6 months? What will America look like in 6 months, 12 months? Next November. Holy smoke.
Scares you when you have to think about it.
Oh, man. With all the shit that's going on now with that, where are we going to be in 12 months from November? From this year to next year, November. That's crazy.
It scares you when you think about it, where you're going to be. I try to keep what I say very simple, plainly spoken. But when you sit there and you start looking at, I'm a big believer in, if the further you look into the past, the further you can see into the future.
Yeah.
This is a runaway train, and it's speeding up because it's going down a mountainside.
I was just about to say, going downhill. Going downhill. And the speeds are picking up. You have no idea of where these rails are taking us right now. You know, us on the outside. Because the ones taking us there are where the engine is.
Mm-hmm.
And they know when to jump off when it's over. They know when to jump off. But they won't be telling us about it. Right. The gears will be stuck in place. And guess what? You and I are still on train.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking out the window like everything is okay. And all of a sudden, boom,
and we can't see, and a lot of people cannot see the train wreck that's going to happen.
Yeah,
but anyway, I said,
when the front hits, everything else buckles up.
Exactly.
Right behind it.
John, I said I was going to jump off in just a few moments after I made that point, which I kind of leaving you with a big point there. But I've got to get some sleep. Otherwise, I'm going to be dead to the world for tomorrow morning with my job.
I don't want you blaming me for it either.
Oh no, I accept full responsibility of my own actions.
I hung out with John Q last night. He just kept going on, and he was hooking me, and I had to respond because he was hitting all the right points. Damn it, it's almost 12:30. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh man, I'm blaming him for it.
Oh no, I accept full actions of my own responsibilities. It'll kick my tail for a day, but it'll be all right.
You'll be all right.
It's Saturday. It's not a horrible day, but it's still I have to be alert.
Yeah, no doubt. But thanks for joining me on panel. Thank Miss Angel for coming up. Everybody in the chat who's come to take another look at an update. This was a big one. And it's only going to get more serious. As it does, I'll definitely come back. Once again, the other thing is that I am still working on putting together a live for Daniel Robinson. We got that 54-page police report we want to cover and walk you through the timeline. Walk you through the police case itself. We've never done that before. Read it, tried to read it, tried to give you excerpts of it, but we want to take you right on through that report this time around and then begin to connect the dots in this case. He's still missing out of Buckeye, Arizona. His dad is still looking for him, searching for him in Buckeye, Arizona. And with all of what's happening today, entering the area of Tempe, Arizona, with the migration happening there, it makes finding Daniel even harder. Makes finding him harder. So, yeah, he's still looking. Yes, he's still looking. And when he gets some free time, he's on the beam right now. I can't even keep up with him. I'm trying to get him back to have an update on the case in regards to his investigation as to where he is. So hopefully we'll have him come back on and give us that update. Been looking for it, but I have to be patient. Because I'm here to assist and not interrupt. Not at all. But I send my love out to every single one of you for spending almost 4.5 hours with me here tonight. We spent 4 hours last time. Consider this part 2 to part 1 from the last live. If you haven't caught that one, you can click back, take a look at it, compare that information with tonight's information as we're expanding in this this whole event that's affecting our country. And now that a true state of emergency has been issued for Eagle Pass, Texas, is that going to compound? Is it going to domino into other states? New York is on the verge of doing the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised by next week we're not already there. I would not be surprised. They shout out, hey, we're here now. We need emergency from the federal government now. We need emergency relief. This is getting way out of hand. Hotel is not holding them up, and there are not enough shelters to build or to even locate for these people. They have to go someplace else. That's what the governor alluded to this week. They said they have to go someplace else. Where are they going to go? Chicago is hollering the same thing. It's going to get worse before it gets better, like the mayor Adams said. I believe him. I believe him. So we'll see. We'll see. Much love to D Love in the building. Laura Croft for joining us. Miss Lena Castellanos, love you. Humongous D always comes through. We're going to keep the conversation rolling. RJ, thank you so much for joining us on the panel. PM Channel is in the building. Thank you for being here tonight. Let's see who else we got here, because y'all have been chatting it up in the chat room tonight. Making good commentary. Dartmouth, good to see you. Hope you come back. We're going to continue. You don't get this stuff on the news. A little 5-minute, 10-minute sound bites. Try to link it up because it's been broken apart too long. Now it's got to make sense. I'm not trying to do my best to help to try to make sense by connecting some of the dots like we did tonight. Miss Angel, thank you so much. Tweety Lynn in the building. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Most certainly. And everybody, everyone who's joined tonight's live. I had over, 40 people at least? Okay. A nice intimate group. Large rooms. It's like you can't read the chat no more. Thank you all for, your contributions. Food for thought. Fakes Funny Farm. Rake's Funny Farm, not Fakes Funny Farm. Duh. I know I'm tired now. Miss Justice for holding it down. Boss Blake for holding it down earlier. I know he's busy. We're both busy behind the scenes. Miss Marley 13, much love to you. Thank you for the gift. And Miss Aquahoma, thank you so much for the gift. Just popped up on my phone. Miss Sakina for being here. Cold Pepsi for being here. Thank y'all. Y'all hold me down, that's for sure. But I got to come back. Cheryl O, thank you for being here. La Dame Sweet Tea for being here. Oh, man, I was going through this, trying to get through this. But I do apologize for not getting to everyone's comments, but I'm starting to get a little better, especially when you have panel. I can get to them a little bit better because you know me, when I start to work the screen, it's a lot of stuff. I got more open tabs on my computer. I was hoping that I didn't drag my system down, but tonight it held up. So yeah, until we come back, which may be on Sunday. I'm looking at Sunday. I don't know whether we're coming in with a table talk or we're coming back with a John Q Live. But either way, I have a feeling I'm coming back with an update. I'm coming back with an update. Woo! Yes, definitely. I hope you enjoyed tonight's live. We try to keep it as basic as possible, but yet informative. We got to get to connect something here. This stuff has got to connect somewhere. It's got to make sense. Definitely. This stuff that just doesn't happen. Oh, wow, that came out of nowhere. Where the hell did that come from? No. This came from the other thing that we missed. Oh, what other thing? Oh, we got to be reminded. And then the other thing that thing came from. Oh, what thing did that come from? Well, we got to go back and find out. And thank you, Miss Justice. You know, for you to be solo, when I get to the end of my lives, you know, you to be solo, you hold it down. Multitasking as always. Thank you, Miss Carol Smith, for sending me constantly sending me and keeping me informed of updates concerning this and other cases. I got a dream team over here. Definitely. PM, yes, looking forward to that. David is at CrimeCon this weekend. Very sad story. Yes, indeed. And thank you, Lena. Most certainly. Oh, Laura says, this channel is close to my heart. Amen. Much love to you. Much love to you. Absolutely. I enjoyed this and it was necessary. Thank you, Mr. John Q. Blessings on you. Thank you, Mr. Love. Yeah, most certainly. You know, this got to go. It's got to go and it's got to come out somewhere. So y'all don't talk about any other topics, but, you know, no, John Q has come out the gate. I've come out the gate with this. Not easy. Me, I'll spend a week just trying to dig, just to, you know, provide you with what I have done in the last 2 4-hour lives. This one's 4.5. This was a lot, and it's still a lot I still have to get to. I'm a closet Trump supporter. No, I just want the right person to do the right job. I just felt that, you know, for him to have taken office and did the right job, that was the right guy. That's all. Not a jackass or an elephant in which the political parties are made out of. Hey, he's the right guy for the right job. If he's going to produce the right results, create jobs, make affordable housing more affordable, help this country to become energy efficient so we don't have to, you know, buy from somebody else. Oh, yeah. That's who I look for. Not the puppet. I don't look for puppets. You had too many of them as it is. A host of them that I've already revealed tonight. A host of them. So I want the right person. Shit. You know, wouldn't you? You take your child to daycare, you want the right people to take care of your child. You know, not like what happened in the city where, you know, that person thought that they were taking their kid to the right daycare only to find out that they were drug traffickers and dealers of fentanyl. The kid didn't come back. They didn't make it home. And 3 other children were hospitalized due to being contaminated by the stuff. Hopefully they're doing okay, but we'll see. We'll see. We're dealing in some different times now. So yeah, we gotta stay vigilant. We gotta stay vigilant. Blacks for Trump rap song over the YouTube. You're crazy, Hugh. Just like me. Just about as crazy as you. We have our thoughts, don't we? We damn sure got our thoughts. Thought I was on my own. No, you're not on your own. Like I said, right person, right job, right results. That's the one you stick with. Take your car to an auto mechanic. You want the right person, do the right job. This way, when you get your car back, you're safe. Period. I mean, that's more common than common sense. You know, a lot of people in government don't have that much. Yeah, most certainly for the right reasons too. Anyway, last comment. Humongous. You get the last comment from D Love. Anyway, I'm out, folks. Have a good evening. Be well. Stay blessed with God's speed. I'm out. I'll catch you next time on John Q Live.